This is, you don't understand.
A raid on the starting soon screen. Smashy, thank you so much, my dude. How are you? Did you finish the 15 DLCs? That makes it sound like you played 15 DLCs today. Did you finish the 3 quantity 15 DLCs? The DLCs... Right, those DLCs. The DLCs intended for Final Fantasy 15. Those ones? Gotcha. Welcome in, everybody. I'm cleaning my glasses, and I will be switching over momentarily. I hope y'all had a good time hanging out with Smashy. I always do. What am I hearing? Oh, I'm hearing one of the little guy's toys. I was like, who's talking? Mr. Dr. Dynamite, welcome in. Smashy, welcome in. More Sleep, welcome in. And thank you for that follow, whoever that was. They're anonymous. Thank you for coming through. Welcome in, everybody. Let me get switched over so I can say hello to you properly. We got a few things to chat about before we get started, as we tend to do. Let's pause the music and hit the fanfare. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? Happy Thursday. How's your thirst level today on this thirst day? Are you paying tribute to the God of Thunder today? We are, because it's raining, which means Nima's having a bad day. Nima. Wow. Nima did something earlier that she's never done before, and it was really horrendous. Nima is my dog, for those of you that don't know, one of my dogs. And she has very bad anxiety around the weather specifically. She has kind of just general anxiety about anything and everything, potentially, depending on her mood and various factors. But she has especially bad anxiety associated with stormy weather. And it doesn't have to be raining, it doesn't have to be thundering, it could just be nearby, and it's enough to set her off. And another thing that can give her anxiety is meeting new people or being in an unfamiliar place. And today, I guess there was just like a perfect storm, no pun intended, where it was already rainy weather, so her primary worst anxiety was already triggered, and then someone came to visit that if she has met them before, it was like many years ago. So there was like new person anxiety on top of the storm anxiety. And because of the storm anxiety, she hadn't been outside, because usually when the weather's bad, she won't go outside, or if you make her go outside, she won't go potty, even though she needs to, because she thinks something's gonna get her, you know. So she just wants to come back inside and like hide in the closet or in the bed. So she comes running downstairs because there's a new person, and then just pissed everywhere in the most incredible negative connotation, and like the most just impossible to believe way. She like ran through the living room into like the area where Backlog Baby plays, his like play pen fenced in area of the living room that belongs to him. She like blasted through there and just so much pee, an unbelievable amount of pee, like a racehorse, if you've ever seen that happen. And it's like in front of this like family member who's come to visit. So it's like really embarrassing on top of that. And like we feel bad for her. And you know, like when you have company, you can't like react to certain things the same way that you would if you were by yourself. You know, you react in like your different rehearsed or perceived kind of way. Whatever that instinct is. And so there's just like pee everywhere, and we're trying to like have a conversation with my family member and like hang out with Backlog Baby, and I'm like hurriedly trying to like clean it up, and oh god, it was a disaster for a minute there. And it was fine, it was totally chill, you know. The lady took Nima outside and she finished going potty and like all that kind of thing, which is a good thing. And then I just like got all sweaty and gross, hurriedly cleaning, and then like immediately had to like do a load of laundry. Yeah, sorry that this is the story that you've raided into, Smashy. But it was quite unexpected for us as well. Anyways, that was not what I planned to talk to you about. When I said we had some stuff to talk about before we started the game, I wasn't thinking about the dog pee story. That was just top of mind. We don't usually talk about piss on this stream. Yeah, Nima hates Rama. She's not a fan of Rama. Or Leviathan for that matter. one thing that we're gonna have to talk about is a discovery that I made related to the game. Potential discovery, I suppose I should say. Potential discovery that I made related to the game off stream. Very excited about that. I guess we'll save that for when I get into the recap, or just before the recap. Maybe it'll be part of the recap. And I still don't have a chat command or any like graphics ready to go yet. Maybe next week. But I can finally start promoting and talking about the Bit Brigade show, July 31st. Let me grab the tickets link just while I'm thinking about it.
This is... You don't understand.
But yes, we played a show. My VGM band, Do a Barrel Roll, played a show with Bit Brigade last October, and we had a really good time. And they asked us to come back. So July 31st, we will be opening up for them again. They're on tour with a different game this time around, and we're going to play a pretty much entirely different set than we played back in October. So excited about that. I need to get a chat command set up, and we'll get some graphics going on that so I can promote it a little bit more on stream as it gets closer. Still 2 months away now, but we're very excited. It's going to be fun. That show was a blast last time. We don't get to do a lot of local non-convention shows. We pretty much exclusively play at cons, and a lot of like, you know, there's that like certain level of friend that's maybe like a coworker friend or like a friend you haven't talked to in a while that like kinda cares and is like kinda interested in what you're doing, but not enough to, you know, pay for a day pass or a weekend pass to a 3-day convention, you know, to go and see your band. And so we can hit up all those people and be like, okay, how about an $18 local show or whatever it is, you know, that you can commit like 2 or 3 hours to total. We can kind of corral some of those people in, because there's like this whole cadre of people where whenever we have like a con show at VGM Con or 2D Con or whatever, there's always this cadre of people that are like, oh, I want to see you guys, but like, I don't really care about the rest of this, you know, so I'm not going to pay $80 to go to your show or whatever. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Even though they probably would have a good time if they like checked out the con and whatever, but you know, there's a lot that goes into that. So we have to keep our short list of all those people, like, okay, all the people who said yes but to the last con show have to get a personal invite to this one. It's like, okay, come to the bar show and buy some merch while you're at it. Oh, really? You had to miss them a couple months ago. That sucks, Dynamite. I've seen them probably 12 or 15 times. I've seen them a lot of times between like MagFests and like local Minneapolis shows when I lived there, and then I pretty much always go and see them when they come through Austin now that I live here. I think I've probably seen them at least 12, maybe like 15 times. And I haven't gotten sick of it yet. And they keep adding new stuff. They're getting ready to drop something new. And now they're like friends, so even more reason to like go to their shows. I think we've with the re-invite, I think we've officially reached like friend status. So excited about that. Gonna be yapping about it. The wheel, the prize wheel behind me. This thing. This is getting redesigned. We're doing an overhaul on this thing. It's behind the game capture, but this camera can see it right now. We are redesigning. By we, I mean I. I am going to be redesigning half of this wheel, and I'm almost there. I've got to get 2 more things figured out. I got to figure out what's going to go on, I believe it's 2 of the orange wedges. Yeah, I need 2 more orange wedges. And then I'm ready to actually do the redesign. The other thing I got to do is actually get my new language software up and running so that I can actually do it on stream. I haven't gotten that figured out yet. So I can ditch Duolingo. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, pretty excited about that. I'm committed. I'm committed now that only one of the orange wedges is going to be daily games, and then when we land on that, you're either going to be able to pick from one of. Currently, I have 4 daily games selected, and then I think I'll have a 5th option for suggest a daily game. And then obviously you can just say dealer's choice if you don't want a homework assignment. A lot of these wedges come with like, okay, you contributed. Your reward is you have to think of something or pick something, which I think some people are maybe not like super into. So you can always just kind of like pass that off. But I've committed to that. I was toying with the idea of having the orange category be daily games and then have a different daily game on each of the 3 orange wedges. But I'm committed. There's going to be 1 daily games wedge, and the other 2 are going to be something else that I need to figure out. And I don't know what they're going to be yet. I have some loose ideas, but nothing that I'm ready to commit to. But Puppy Time is moving to green because Game Gush and Game Roast are getting consolidated into 1. And then Endless Streams is being retired. We're gonna do something else instead of Endless Streams. Endless Streams has run its course, but it'll always be on display by the wheel. It's an important part of our lore here, obviously. What else? Normal stream tomorrow. We are 1 sub away from meeting the sub goal. Whenever that pops, we will have a Sunday sub goal bonus stream with the lady the following Sunday. We are currently playing Locomotive. We've only played it 1 time so far, so this would be our 2nd stream of it. We really enjoyed it. You also get a free snack or soda tasting on a Sunday stream as a bonus, even though the whole stream itself is a bonus. But that's just an extra little cherry on top for you. Cherry on top of the sundae. Huh? Get it? That's pretty good. That's pretty good, actually. I like that. I think that's about it. I think we can go ahead and fire up the game and start talking about that. There's gonna be some stuff to go through. Luckily, this game, because of the way that this game flows, there's not a whole lot to recap from the previous streams because we've been focused pretty much exclusively on side content. So that means the note-taking has been very objective-based and not narrative-based. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, let's get into it. I made some discoveries in between streams, actually. There's the notes cam. Yes, you can pop that command anytime you want to look at this. Or like if I'm writing and I haven't hit the button and you want to see it, you can type in that command. Or if I kick the camera out and write something and then forget to put it away and then go back to playing the game and this is blocking the screen, you can also use that command to get rid of it. If someone asks a question about .hack and I miss it, like if they ask specifically what game this is or which ones I've played, that's what !hack is for. to try to help me answer that frequently asked question. Yeah, let's get into it, shall we? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. There we go. All right. Press. Oh, that's the memory card. We don't need the memory card. There we go. All right. I need my caffeine to hit. That's what I need. Oh, Dynamite, I forgot to ask you. Have you seen Bit Brigade before, or was that going to be like your first opportunity to get to see them and you had to miss it? That would be really unfortunate. Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth. There we go. Got it. Got it! CyberConnect 2. Okay, so, last weekend, I, booted up... Oh, it was the first time? Oh, that's a bummer. That really sucks. Well, I hope they get another opportunity. Oh, I need to look at what save file we're loading. We are loading... save slot 3. Okay. So in between streams, specifically last weekend, I was firing up the OVAs to record a clip for one of the new alerts. And I misremembered which OVA it was in. So I was like, I had the DVD in the PS2 and I was like scene searching and like scrubbing and fast forwarding to try to find the specific moment that I wanted to record for the alert. And I had the wrong OVA in. But I had the subtitles on because I thought baking the subtitles into the alert would be great because then people get the on-screen text to go with what the character is saying in case they don't catch it or don't hear it very well. And one of the things that the subtitle track does in the OVAs is every once in a while, it will also translate a little bit of on-screen text. Not everything, but every once in a while there will be like a sign or some type of like monument or whatever on the screen, and they will translate it and show it as on-screen text so you can see what the kanji or whatever says. Which is, you know, a pretty common feature in anime. But I just happened to land on this one particular spot where the on-screen text popped up for something. And the thing that the on-screen text said sounded exactly like the keywords for a level in this game. So when you go to a dungeon in this game, it uses a keyword system. And most of, like 99% of the time, if it's related to a side quest or a story quest, you're going to get the 3 or 4 keyword combination to that particular dungeon, and it's just going to be put in for you. But you can go into the world thing and just pick any random combination of words that you want, and it will randomly generate an area that you can go to that may or may not have a dungeon, and it will have a specific element and, you know, level, types of enemies, and all that kind of stuff. So presumably there are like quote unquote hidden combinations that won't be posted on the board and won't be told to you in an email and won't be part of a story quest, but presumably you could put in a specific combination and get to a specific level, right? That has something significant about it rather than just being a random generation. Like they're all random, but I would assume that if like 10 people with this game put in the same combination of random words, like the same 3 words in their game, they would all get the same result. You know, the layout of the dungeon might be randomized, but as far as like the properties of it, they should all be the same, right? So this piece of on-screen text popped up, and I was like, that sounds like dungeon keywords. And I went back in my notes for the OVA, and I had written it down in my notes. I was just like, huh, and I just wrote it down. And then when I got to the correct OVA that had the clip of what I was actually looking for, I noticed 2 more of these, where there was just a random piece of on-screen text translating like a signpost or a billboard or a monument or something, and both of them sounded like coordinates in the game. And I was like, it would be so this game for them to hide like hidden dungeons kind of in plain sight in the OVAs as Easter eggs without directly pointing to them. You know what I mean? So the first thing that I want to try today, before we get into some of the known stuff, is looking at these specific coordinates and see if they're actual keywords that I can type in, or if they're just things that sound like they would be. And there are 4 different servers that we've unlocked, and each one of the servers has, I think, a different set of keywords. So we may have to go to all 4 of the servers to try this theory. And maybe the first place I'll start is like, oh, this one's from the second OVA, so we're gonna go to the only 2 servers that were available during the second volume of the game. And we can assume that it's not in the, you know, later servers that didn't open up until part 3 or something like that. You know, that'll be like the first stops in the trial and error, but we'll check everything. As far as what actually happened last week, there's not much to report. We've actually spent the last 2 streams doing just side content, specifically focused on our individual like party member characters. Technically no one's in our party, and we have to form a party every time we want to go out, because these people are supposed to come across as real humans that are playing the game and not like NPCs in an RPG. So like sometimes you'll be able to call them and sometimes you won't, because they might not be playing. And we get to learn a little bit about them as human beings by doing these side quests, because some of them are like, oh, I want to get this item because I like grinding in this game, or I want to beat this dungeon, and because it's focused on quizzes rather than a powerful monster, I'm not able to get through it because I'm just a big dumb whack-em guy, you know. And they're like kind of surface level, but they're also like really nice. And we got one for basically every single character on our roster, and then we also got a new character from a side mission, and we have a side mission to do with them, which is going to be the first thing that we do today after we check out the mystery coordinates idea. But we have a known objective as far as like the story that's kind of just waiting for us, and it sounds like it's going to be a pretty big deal when we go to do it. But we're putting it off basically until the side quest stuff kind of dies down. And I'm also kind of in this like obsessive state where I feel like my stats are lower than they should be for my level, and that it's related to me like neglecting my spells and equipment, and I'm trying to figure out if there's something I'm missing. So we're kind of focusing on that as well. But that pretty much recaps everything. Last week we did a quest for, well, I guess if we look at both days last week, we did a side quest for Nuke, Marlowe, Gardenia, and Sanjuro, and then we did a quest where we recruited Terajima, and now we have Terajima's kind of character building quest to do. We also found a really cool spear that we want to trade this one character with. Trade with this one character for. There we go. But we don't have... There's a specific item that she wants for it, and we don't have it, and I'm not familiar with the item enough to know, like, even what type of item it is and where we might get it. But I did write it down in my notes. And we did some more annoying goblin quests as well. But we have a really, really good strat for them now, so I feel very confident about quickly getting through goblin stuff. And that's it. So I'm going to stay flipped to this previous OVA notes page because it's got my first coordinate that I want to check out. I also went back through the OVA notes and colorized them. It's a little harder to see because I had to go over the black ink, so it doesn't look quite as clean. But it'll be very useful for me if I want to go back and look for something to be able to see it. So. Oh, you'd never heard of Bit Brigade before, Dynamite. Wow. They started coming up in your Instagram a couple months before. You had something come up that day where you couldn't go, and they were playing Mega Man X, which is one of your faves. Oh, man. I'm sorry that happened, Dynamite. I hope that you get another chance to go see them. One good thing about Bit Brigade is that they tour constantly. They're like they're on tour more often than they're not. And they're also very consistent with like where they go and what time of year they go to each place. Like they have a very, very well plotted out tour season and like route and locations and everything like that. So like if they were in or near your city at a specific time of year, there's a very good chance that they'll be in or near your city around the same time next year, if not sooner. I think it's pretty rare for them to like go to one city and then not go there again. Like they've been doing it for so long that they kind of have like their spots. Like every time they come to Minneapolis, they play at the same place. They're not like experimenting. They've done their experimenting. They've got it down. So hopefully you get another opportunity to see them because they're fantastic. I do unfortunately have confirmation that the current Mega Man X tour that they're on right now is going to be the last one for a while. They're going to be retiring Mega Man X for a little bit because they're going to do something new. They have a new game. I don't know what it is. Maybe they'll tell us when we play the show. But if they do tell us, I'll be sworn to secrecy and I won't be able to tell you until they announce it. But maybe I'll get to find out. I'm sure it's a Super Nintendo game because they're on the Super Nintendo train right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Super Metroid, to be honest with you, because I bet Noah could get Super Metroid down to like 45 minutes or an hour, and they could kind of do it the same way that they do Metroid for NES, which is fantastic. I guess maybe it could be Link to the Past too, but I don't know if Noah would want to do the type of Link to the Past playthrough that you would have to do to get it down to like an hour. Like he could do it. He could definitely do it, but I don't know if they would feel like it was like entertaining enough and like showing enough of the game to do it. Cause like he doesn't typically do like glitch or sequence break heavy speedruns. Like they want to show as much of the game as possible, so games that are just of a certain length are kind of ruled out. But I could definitely see them doing Super Metroid because you could see all of that game in a 45-minute to 1 hour speedrun. But yeah, I'm excited that they're doing. I'm excited that they're doing something different than the last time we played with them, because obviously we don't want to play any music that they're gonna play in their set, because that would be really, really bad etiquette as an opening act. So the last time we played with them, they did Super Mario World and F-Zero, and we do an F-Zero song, and we have a couple of Mario or Mario adjacent songs. So we're like, okay, we can't play any of those songs. And we even have we have a Super Mario World quote in the Metroid song that we do, and we were like, do we need to like clear this with them? Are they gonna get mad if we play like 5 seconds of Super Mario World Castle because they're gonna play it later? And it was fine. But now that they're not playing those 2 games and they're playing Mega Man X, we can play the songs that we definitely couldn't play last time. Hey Eris, how are you? Good morn. Thank you for Dolphin Smile. How are you? I just realized you have seal emote and I have dolphin emote. I didn't realize that there was a connection there until just this moment. I'm not about dolphins in the same way that you're about seals. That's just a really funny picture that I've always loved of that slight smiling dolphin. Aquatic emote grouping. Okay, so we're recapped. We're in the game. My neck is sore. I slept on it wrong. Let's see what's going on here. We're gonna sign right into the game here. There shouldn't be anything new on the board. Yep. And we're gonna see... We're gonna test a theory. We're gonna test a theory. Thank you for loving the dolphin smile. It's very important. We're gonna test a theory about possible secret areas. So, just for a second here, we're gonna look at the keyword list. This is quite the expansive list here. So here it is. Chosen is already one of the words. The first one we're going to look for is chosen hopeless nothingness, which... Hold on a second. Okay. Stalking betrayed nothingness is one of the ones that we got from an email. I wanted to make sure it wasn't the same. It sounded familiar. So yeah, this is kind of a weird thing where like this might be a keyword combination we could use in any server, and there's a specific server that we would need to do it in. Okay, well, it is indeed a combination. It is a level 70 Earth dungeon, but it doesn't have an Earth. It doesn't have a dungeon. So over here, these are showing you like what the area's properties are beyond just the battle level and the element. And this one right here for dungeon means that there's actually like a dungeon that you can go into. So there's nothing here, which means that this is just a field area, which is kind of interesting. Now, this piece of text came from actually the first OVA. So it wouldn't really make sense for it to be in the Sigma server if it was gonna be some like secret thing. It's also possible that this is something that's in the part 1 game that we already did and I just don't remember because it was 13 years ago. I'm by myself. I don't want to battle anything. There are monsters here. You can see there's monsters here. The columns here, by the way, are just telling you which of the 3 keywords determined that factor. So the monsters in this combination are determined by the second keyword, hopeless. That's why they're in the second column. That's what's going on with that. So I kind of want to just like look at this and see if there's anything special about it. I can immediately warp away before something kills me. Even if I got ambushed, we're just loading from a fresh save here, so we're okay. Okay, so it said there was no dungeon, but we can see on the map that there is in fact a dungeon. Not sure what to make of that. We want to steer clear of any portals. Oh, we've activated one. We got close enough. We're gonna make a run for it. Something massive is chasing me. I don't even want to look at it because it'll scare me. Basically, if there's no cutscene when I walk in here, I'm satisfied. Okay. So we're just going to immediately step out of here. I love the carp emote so much. Or catfish. Whatever it is. It's so important. I take credit for that one. Okay, let's try going to the first server and see if we have the same keyword list. Thank you for confirming that I can take credit for it. So this is the only server that's available to you when you start Volume 1, and then the second server opens up at some point during Volume 1. So first I want to see if it's on the word list. That would be perfect. Okay, it's not on the word list. Do we have the same word list? We do. Okay, so we can enter this keyword combination in all of the servers to most likely different results. Nay. Nothingness. So this is interesting. This has the exact same properties, but it's level 19. It says there's no dungeon, even though there was last time. But all the rest of these were exactly the same. Thank you for the Tektite. We love our non sequitur, inside joke driven channel point redeems around here. Okay, so this looks exactly the same, except it's a way lower level version. So maybe what we're looking for is entering this combination in a specific server and getting a different result. So we could safely navigate this area by ourselves, because it's only level 19, and I'm like level 60, basically. The inside of the dungeon looks different, though. Okay. Let's go to the second server and take a look. Because we got some coordinates. Zawarudo. Thank you. Alright, let's go to this place. You started the transfer to your Switch 2? Oh, like a system transfer from your Switch 1, Smashy? Yeah, that's a little spooky. I didn't actually do that. I left my Switch 1 as is. That's not me saying you shouldn't do that, by the way. I just didn't happen to do it. Oh, look at this. Okay, so this is actually a place that we went to for something. Okay. So we have been here, and whatever it is, we did it at some, or I did it at some point like 12 or 13 years ago. What we don't know is if it was a required area for a story, or if it was just like a side mission. But that basically confirms that the random little bits of on-screen text in the OVAs might lead to, in-game content. And that's wild too, because you wouldn't see them unless you had the subtitle track on. I don't think... Well, maybe the on-screen text pops up even if you have the subtitles off, I guess, but... So it would be interesting to go back and just kind of scrub through them with the sub track on and see what other little bits pop up. Because these were just ones that I happened to stumble upon when I was looking for that clip for that alert. I wasn't like specifically watching through all of them and looking out for it. So there could be some other little interesting Easter eggs or nuggets waiting. Okay, so now we have Unusual Ghostly Remnant and Dual-Sided Demon Victory Wish. These both came from OVA number 3. So let's just warp back to the, let's go to the Lambda server here, because this is where part 3 starts, and then we quickly get access to Sigma server. First off, we should make sure that we haven't already been to one of these. Okay, none starting with unusual. And none starting with dual-sided. What is my plan for all the games on the first Switch? Basically, if it's a game that I've already played on the Switch 1, and I'm like revisiting it to continue or like do post-game completionist type stuff, I would just do it on the Switch 1. And then if it's a Switch 1 game that I haven't played yet before, I can just decide if I want to play it on the Switch 2 or not, which most likely I would. Okay. I wish these were in alphabetical order. Unusual.
How do you know that? Things he said. Like being able to spot a phony ID. Jesus Christ, pal.
How do you know that? I love how quickly he says, how do you know that? He's so incredulous. Ghostly? Where's Ghostly? There it is. Remnant. There it is.
I don't want juice. Give me information, damn it.
There it is. That's the one that I spent like 2 hours trying to find again because I couldn't remember which one it was in. I thought it was in the third one, but it's in the second one.
Baba.
Baba. Thank you for Baba. Alright, so Unusual Ghostly Remnant does say that it has a dungeon. But we could also visit this same combination in the other 3 servers. So we would have to figure out if this was a specific place that we wanted to go. Horse it like it's cart. Horse it like it's cart. Horse it like it's cart. I'm just trying to see if any of these trigger a cutscene when I enter the dungeon. That would be a good way to figure out that it's associated with some kind of like optional quest. And then I could come back with like party members. You're dotting your hack? I like that, Chidi. Welcome in. I'm also dotting my hack. Forget dotting the I's. Dot your hack. Okay, no cutscene. Oops. Wrong button. Poor Nima. She like pops out of her hidey hole to see if it's still stormy, discovers that it is, and then goes back in her hidey hole. And Gobi just sits by her. Which is very sweet, but it's mostly done selfishly. Because she's like, if you do something, I'm going to be here for it. Because I'm dying for you to do something. Gobi's so bored. All she wants to do with her life is play with Nima. And if Nima doesn't want to do anything, Gobi's like, wow, this sucks. Okay. Unusual and dual-sided. Nope. Okay. Unusual. Ghostly. I wonder how many people that played these games just spent like endless hours just trying all these different permutations, or trying to like maybe logic them out. You know? Like, oh, these words like sound like they kind of go together, right? You know, and try to like talk themselves into believing that like you were supposed to find a specific combination. Alright, I'm not gonna go to this one. Dual-sided demon victory wish. Let's see. Oh. Dual-sided. Should be easy to spot. Dual-sided is not one of them. I feel like dual-sided is in the Part B list. Guffawing. What an incredible word. No? Relativistic. God, there's some incredible words in here. I could have sworn that dual-sided was actually one of the words. So this one is interesting. This is one of the ones that sounded like it was coordinates, but appears not to be. But the other two absolutely are. Huh. Alright. Well, I'm gonna run an ad, because it's time. You're gonna see Mario Party if you're not in ads. This will probably take me more than 5 minutes. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen all at 4 o'clock. So I'll be back when I can. Enjoy the party in the meantime. When I get back, we're going to dive into a character side quest for our new character, Terajima. And thanks for being here.
Finish! Start! Miss! Oh no! Oh! Start! Finish! Yeah! Finish. Start.
Okay. I have returned. Thanks for waiting. I know that was a bit long. But that'll be the longest break of the day. For show. I'm just waiting for this chance time to end. Yo, Peach had to give her star to Mario. Mario got the star in the divorce. Okay. Now it's dot hack time. So, the first thing we're going to do today is we are going to... I could have sworn we already did this. Did I just forget to check it off? I recall going to this area. Maybe we just didn't finish it? Vlad! Thank you so much! For the tier 1 for 5 months. How you been, guy? Nice to see ya. We should spin the wheel for you. That also completes our sub goal. Thank you so much. That was 25 of 25. You can see the bar's full now. Which means that next Sunday, not 2 or 3 days from now, but next Sunday, the lady will join me. We will do a point-and-click stream and continue our first playthrough of Locomotive, which we dearly enjoyed the last time we played. So that's going to be great. Let me look at the word list here. Okay, it is still marked. So we must have just, like, gone here, but we weren't able to finish it or something. Or we died, or we ran out of items or something. So we still need to do that. Alright. Why can I not move? Weird. My analog turned off. Full custody of the star. That's hilarious. Okay, before we party up and get too in the weeds, let's spin the wheel for Vlad. Let's go over here. Actually, let's go over here. And then, let's go... Oh my god. Whoo! Killing it on the stream deck, by the way. Over here... Lobby tunes? Let me grab the roaming mic really quick. There we go. All the better to hear me with. All right, so this is our first spin of the day. If you're new to the wheel, here's a quick rundown. 12 different wedges, even. They all do different things. Pink category, locks at the beginning of stream. Orange category, locks at the beginning of the stream, which means that you need to land on one of the wedges of that color before any of those things can actually happen. The first time a pink wedge is landed on in a stream, any of the 3, we unlock a craft soda tasting. There's a bunch of new stuff down in the fridge from the recent Minneapolis trip for VGMCon. So there's a ton of great stuff down there. And then orange wedges, the first one we land on in a stream, unlocks a snack tasting, which I do have a decent repository of new, to me, snacks in the snack log as well. After one of those is landed on, then the rest of the stream, you can land on pink and orange stuff and have it actually happen. We're working towards an overhaul on the wheel here. Orange is changing, green is changing. I'm still figuring out what some of the stuff is gonna be. That's why the change hasn't happened yet. But for now, this is what it is. Only thing you need to know is that I am recovering from a pulled muscle. So if we land on pull-ups today, it'll still count towards like the blackout, which I'm not gonna explain, but regulars know. The pull-ups will be banked for a later date, and then we will spin again. That's gonna reopen next week. I think I'm in the clear. I'm just being extra safe this week. If we land on Game Roast or Game Gush, you can choose one or the other. Because these are eventually, when the overhaul happens, these are gonna get consolidated into one wedge. And in addition to picking a game, you're also going to be tasked with picking whether or not it's a roast or a gush. So if you land on roast and you would rather have a gush, you can pick a gush. and then vice versa. That's what's going on with the wheel right now. I know that's a lot, and you probably just glazed over if you didn't know it already, but I will guide you through it. It's been a bit rough, managing hardship slowly. Glad to have the ability to chill on stream again. Well, thank you for joining us and chilling with us, Vlad. I'm sorry to hear that you're dealing with hardship, but dealing with it slowly is the right move. Look at this goofy finger. Getting auto-focused and wiggling. That's very silly. All right, let's let her rip one time for Vlad. Let's see what we got here. First spin of the day, and the sub goal is met. The blackout thing I mentioned is just landing on every wedge of the wheel at least one time throughout the course of a stream. It's incredibly rare. But if that happens, we unlock an additional Sunday sub goal bonus stream. And we've landed on Game Roast. So Vlad, here's what you can do. You can choose any game from the backlog that has not previously been roasted or gushed. And you can decide if you would like for me to roast that game or gush that game. You don't have to do it now. You don't have to do it at all. Your support is appreciated, and I don't want to reward you with a homework assignment that you don't want to do. But let me put some stuff in the chat for you here. First of all, here's the list of games that I physically own. And then here are the games that have been gushed previously, and here are the games that have been roasted previously. As long as I haven't gushed it before, I will gush it. Excuse me. Vlad, what the heck? Just a 5-pack. Okay. Sure. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jachi, Draconics, Jackie, Gooby, and Ian. Thank you, Vlad. Okay, well, I guess I should get back up there and spin the wheel 5 more times, huh? Thank you so much for that, Vlad. I really appreciate it. What the heck? What the heck? In honor of Star Fox, a Star Wolf quote. All right, well, that changes things. Let me grab my little piece of paper here because I'm going to need to write down all the shenanigans. So first off, we have a roast/gush to do. Let's start spinning again. If we land on the same thing twice in a row, that's also a respin. That's another wheel rule. Wheel rule, that's kind of like toy boat. Wheel rule, wheel rule, wheel rule, wheel rule. It's a little easier than toy boat. And by a little easier, I mean possible. 10 push-ups, I can do push-ups no problem. Push-ups are not dangerous to the injury I sustained a few weeks ago. So we've got 10 push-ups. And yeah, I think I'm mostly recovered. I think I'm completely recovered. I'm just being really safe, for the record. Push-ups. All right, spin number 3. Well, number 2 of the 5-pack, but 3 overall. 3 of 6. What is that emote, Pops? Oh, it's a stare emote. That's good. I like that. It's one of yours. That's a pink wedge. So we've unlocked a soda tasting. No art time for you, unfortunately, but now somebody else might be able to unlock an art time. We haven't had an art time in a while. We have these cute little mini canvases. And when we land on art time, you get to pick what color we paint the next square. Here's the one we're currently working on. So you'd be picking a color for this square right here. Exclamation point paint, if you're curious what the possible color options are. Spin number 4 of 6. Yep, those are the colors that I have. Ooh, this is exciting. Vlad, this is a big deal. I don't know if you know what this is. You have just been appointed as the new Discord despot. I wish I had like a party horn soundbite that I could play for that. This is a 1-of-1 Discord role in the Backlog Boys Discord server, and it is a King of the Hill style role, meaning that you will maintain this role in the Discord until somebody else lands on it. And what this role does is it gives you double voting power and tiebreaker power on every single poll that we do in the Discord. Discord is where we choose what games I play next. I will come up with 3 options for the next poll, and then I make you all help me narrow it down to 1. If there is a tie, it goes to the Discord Despots vote, but the Discord Despots vote counts for 2, whereas everyone else's vote counts for 1. So it's extremely powerful, and you will maintain that role until somebody else lands on this and takes it away from you. It's pretty difficult to get because you gotta unlock those pink wedges first and then land on it. So you can't necessarily just buy your way into it. Very exciting. Let me know what color you would like your username to be, Vlad. Exclamation point, hex. Oh, Eris is coming after you, Vlad. Oh my goodness.
Gimme Despot.
Gimme Despot. All right, we've got 1 spin for Eris coming up after we're done spinning for Vlad. That's spicy. Eris, thank you so much for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Exclamation point hex will give you a hex color code picker. You can choose whatever color you want and I'll make your username that color as long as you are the Discord despot. Don't you dare, Vlad says. We don't have any polls active in the Discord right now, and we probably won't for a little while, at least new game polls, because Pokemon Coliseum is really long, and we're probably gonna go straight into part 4 of .hack. So it will be a little bit before we're voting on a new game, most likely. But I was toying with the idea of having a poll for the next filler arc game. Whenever, because I think I might want to do a filler arc week in between part 3 and part 4 of .hack, just as a tiny little breath. So there's like a cleaner break in my mind between those 2 volumes. But we'll see how much I'm amped at the end of the game to get right into the next one. Okay, this is now gonna be spin number 4 of 6 for Vlad. I got an emote for my account that I don't chat on. I have so many Hype Train emotes on the Backlog Boys account and I never get to utilize them. And there's the orange wedge. If you're gonna have a soda, you might as well have a snack. So no Wordle. This is the wedge that's gonna get reworked into the daily games wedge. I'm gonna drop Wordle and switch it over for some more interesting to me daily games. And then whoever spins and lands on it will get to choose one of the daily games from the list, or they can suggest a daily game, or they can just say, I don't care, you pick. So now the whole wheel is unlocked. Pink is unlocked for the rest of the day, orange is unlocked for the rest of the day. If you spin, whatever you land on is actually going to happen. So after the first, well, we already had the first ad break. What about second ad break? After the second ad break, we will do a snack tasting and a soda tasting at the same time. Well, consecutively. Here's spin number 5 for Vlad. And then we have 1 spin for Eris after that. What'll it be? Puppy time. Awesome. All right, well, normally when we land on puppy time, you get to pick which puppy you want to see on stream. But because it's stormy today, I'm not gonna let you pick Nima. So you're gonna get Gobi puppy time. Nima's not available right now. If I make her come out of her hidey hole, she's not gonna be very happy and she's not gonna do anything exciting on the camera either. She's just gonna try to get away from me and go back in her hidey hole. So we're gonna have Gobi. come out onto the stream and strut a little bit. And then we have, oh, I forgot to write down the snack. I was like, that's not the right number. All right, we have one more spin for Vlad here. Really good luck, by the way. We haven't had any duplicates. So could we see a blackout today? Who knows? It's very rare, but that would get you another Sunday sub goal bonus stream, which would mean we would stream 2 weeks in a row, which is very exciting. That doesn't happen very often. Ooh, nice master hand emote. I like that one. That's a crazy combo too. That's great. 5 pull-ups, all right. This is very high value towards the blackout as well. So this is gonna get marked off because we did in fact land on it. I'm going to bank 5 more pull-ups into the bank for when I'm ready and confident to do pull-ups again, but we're gonna spin again. This is the 6th spin again. This minigame instructions music might be one of the best wheel spin songs we can get. And we've landed on Discord Despot again. All right, well, nothing happens there. You've already got it. You've already got it, Vlad. Maybe that helps drive the odds away from Eris. Okay, so this next spin belongs to Eris. What'll it be? Will it be something we haven't landed on yet? Will it be the Discord Despot? Gimme. Oh, it was so close. 1 away. It was so close. Well, instead, you get Wordle. But instead of Wordle, let's do one of the new daily games. We can go over what those are. And we've already landed on that, so I don't need to mark it off. So let's see where we're at here. We are just over halfway to a blackout. We've landed on 7 of the 12 wedges. We would need to hit Duolingo, Game Gush, Dumbbells, Endless Streams, and Gift Sub for a blackout, just to keep y'all posted. I think I want to push the daily game to also be after the next ad break. But Eris, let me give you your options here if you want to pick one. If you don't care, then that's fine too. Don't be shy to say that it doesn't matter. I'm a despot 2 times. Should I become a dictator? After next break is fine by you. Good. Yeah, Vlad, let me know what color you'd like your username to be in the Discord. I'll get you set up with that after stream. And then, let's see, Eris, your choices for daily games are Connections. Oh, let's come back over here. Connections, Gamedle, Pokedle, and Colordle, which is a very hilarious and silly daily game. If you want me to tell you what any of those are, I think you know what all of those are, except for probably Colordle. You want what I want. Okay, interesting. Well, what if I don't know what I want? I think I'll probably default to, yeah, we could do Colordle. Colordle is really silly. You try to guess a color out of, like, basically infinite possibilities, and it gives you like a hot or cold percentage score based on the color that you pick. And my rules for Colordle are just gonna be to see how high of a score I can get after 20 guesses. Because it's pretty much impossible to get the 100% score. So I usually just give myself 20 guesses to see how high of a score I can get. Yeah, you can post the color here, Vlad, or if you already posted it in Discord, that's cool too. But yeah, I'll wherever you post it, I will write it down on my little cheat sheet here so that I can get it set up for you, probably after the stream. Oh, thank you. You've got it. You've got it. All right, let's see here. E91, E63. I was like about to not say it out loud because I was like thinking that this was like someone's password. Okay, Eris chooses Pokedle. You got it. Pokedle. After the first ad break, along with a snack and soda tasting. Wowee! Thank you all so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a purple shade. Very cool. Oh, when will be the Pokedle, Eris? We're gonna do an ad break right at 5 p.m. my time, so in about 34 minutes. CKX is excited. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll come back. We'll do snack. We'll do soda. We'll do Pokedle, all after the ad. For Game Roast, you're confused with the lists. Okay, yes, it is confusing. So, let me go through it again here. What are you barking at? So the backlog list that I'm posting in the chat right here, these are all the games that you could potentially pick from for me to roast. And then this second link, the roast link, are the games that I've already roasted, so you can't pick them again. So basically, your assignment is pick any game from my collection for me to roast, unless I've roasted it before. So you have to like cross-reference two different deals. You can also just like say a game, even if you don't know that if I have it or not, or if I've roasted it or not, and I can just check for you. Like if you're on mobile or just don't want to have like a bunch of tabs open or whatever, you can do it that way. That's totally fine. You can just like throw a game out there, and I can be like, oh, I don't have that game, or oh, I've already roasted that game, and then you can just guess another one. You can put the onus on me instead of all the way on you. Okay, we need to put a party together. Obviously, we have to bring Terajima. So let's grab Terajima, who's still very underleveled.
Thank you so very much for inviting me today.
Trying to get her caught up. And then we'll probably bring Balmung. Gobi, please. Stop. Because Balmung is just like really strong and makes up for a lot of the strength lacked by Terajima. So we'll probably go with this party. The second link gives you a 403. Oh, okay. Well, that's obviously a problem. I could post it in chat. The link works for me, by the way, so I don't... Maybe it's like a... I know you're not in the US, so maybe it has something to do with that. It's just a Google Doc, but maybe there's something weird there with how they handle... The roast list is not that long. This is gonna look terrible in chat, though. But yeah, feel free to just throw a game out there, and I can just say, no, I've already roasted that one, pick something else. The roast list is not that long. The gush list is much, much longer because that redeem is older. So the odds of you picking a game that I've already roasted are decently low. So yeah, feel free to just pick a game that you'd like me to make fun of from my collection. Okay, I'm gonna try to fight some enemies out here if we don't have like annoying types of enemies. This will show me where everything is. Okay, these guys can be damaged by physical attacks. There are a lot of enemies that just are completely immune to physical attacks, and it's really, really annoying. Yo, what's up, Vashi? Welcome in. It's been a long time since you played them. Yeah, I love these games a ton, especially just like for what they are. They do the game within a game thing really, really well, and they're just so unique and novel. And I find the repetitive, monotonous, procedurally generated dungeon crawler experience to be very cozy in a way that others understandably may not. So they're very up my alley and in my wheelhouse at the same time. Yeah, the OVAs are fantastic. I'm a sucker for anything Production IG. I'll watch anything that they're involved in. Let's get some buffs on here. We barely made it through that without too much trouble. Main thing I need is SP regeneration on myself. But probably a good idea to put it on everybody. Yeah, we're resuming a playthrough that I started a long, long time ago. Like 13 years ago. In like 2012, I finally had all 4 of these. And I was like, it's time. And I played through part 1 and part 2 back to back. And was like completely all in. And then, you know, life happens. And things get in the way. And I get distracted by other games. And there were like a lot of life events for me in 2014 and 2015. So it just got like backburnered. And I have that problem where I really want to like give the game the like time and attention that I feel like it deserves. And so that can make it very easy for me to wait entirely too long to play it, because I don't want to like half-ass it. Maybe magic is the way to go. Actually, no, I should probably just say attack, because then Balmung will use his like strong skills. And then when I started streaming, and specifically after like my first year of streaming, when I decided that I wanted to focus on RPG first playthroughs, I put this game on like my first RPG poll ever as one of the options. And it didn't win, and I was like, oh, that's, you know, whatever. People get to pick what they want. Like, this is how I wanted it to go. But then like years and years and years went by of streaming, and this game never won, and it became a bit of a channel meme. And I just kind of had to like level with my community, like, this game's gonna be on every poll until it wins, so if you're sick of seeing it on a poll, vote for it. And we've been operating under that configuration for quite some time, and this time it finally won. Y'all all decided that you were ready, or that you wanted to bail me out, or whatever. So here we are, finally playing it, finally resuming it, giving it the time and attention that I wanted to give it, and it's very exciting. Very exciting. I also want to rewatch Sign, because I haven't rewatched Sign since owning it, and I haven't seen it in a while, so it'd be a good like refresher for me, for one. Why do I think it is that it didn't get selected for so long? That's a good question. I mean, I can't claim to know what vote motivates my community to vote for what. I think the main thing is that we've just had a lot of bangers on polls, like a lot of like classic, iconic games that people who haven't played them will have heard of. We also have a thing where people can add a game to a poll with their channel points, and sometimes there's like a vested interest there to like vote for the game that was added because it's like the spicy option or because they themselves added it. And so like every single RPG that we've played on the way to getting to this playthrough has been like a really good stacked game, except for Final Fantasy X-2. Shots fired. But we're finally here. So yeah, I think it was just like a lot of really good games that it was up against. It's kind of what it is. Like every time it's up against some really good stuff. Boy, these guys are funny. Oh hey look, it's not a big evil thing. Oh, but these guys are actually really strong. Their hammers hit super hard. Don't die, Balmung. What's up, Gooby? How are you? I almost called you Sparky. But yeah, I don't think anybody was actively campaigning against these games. They just had some really stiff competition. I don't think there was anybody in the side chat that was like, don't vote for .hack, it sucks. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't think so. We have a pretty wholesome community here, so that would be pretty shocking if anyone was actively campaigning against the game. But it definitely felt like the empathy vote this time around. Everyone seemed to be rallying around the idea that, like, they wanted it for me more than themselves. And I'm grateful for that. Oh yeah, we had some gifties come in earlier, Gooby. Still campaigning for Oops All Cast Form, the one that doesn't exist. Good luck out there, Gooby, on the campaign trail. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, we didn't finish this game, or we didn't finish this dungeon last time because we ran out of time, because these enemies are so time-consuming to fight. They don't have physical tolerance, luckily, but we have to data drain them, and it just takes so long. So this dungeon is gonna take a while. We have some upgraded magic spells for the enemies that do have physical tolerance. But yeah, these guys do hit really hard. Which comes back to my suspicions about my stats. I feel like my stats are supposed to be a lot higher. Oh, now he has physical tolerance. Fantastic. Let's see. I wish I had the AoE. But I don't. Let's just click first aid real quick. See if we can get an Ola rep from somebody. I think Terragina has it. And then I need to start using my attack magic. There we go. Now y'all can start attacking again. If we can keep the aggro off of Terragina, that's also very helpful, because she's still super under-leveled. She's at like level... She's not even level 40 yet, and we're supposed to be level 62 for this area, which me and Balmung even are. He's 60 and I'm like 58 or 59. So... But yeah, I have this sneaking suspicion that I haven't been... You know, like early 20s me that played Volume 1 and 2, didn't optimize the equipment system because he failed to understand part of the mechanics or something, and that my stats should be way higher than they are for the level that I'm at. That's my suspicion. But I haven't really figured out if that's a plausible theory or not. Oh, and just for context for anybody that's new, I like to play all of my games in a vacuum with as little information as possible. So if you know stuff about the game, please don't just randomly throw it out there. Even if it doesn't seem like a spoiler to you, even if it's some like mechanical thing, it's gonna be considered a spoiler in my eyes. Wait, what is this? Yes, we give up the moon. Don't care about that. Don't need a status scroll. Okay, regular enemies. These guys are much less annoying to deal with. They are very strong, though. Yeah, how am I already yellow? I've only data drained one enemy. Deathed me? Come on. Get me up quick. Get me up quick. Alright, cool. If I come back to life before the enemy dies, I can still get the experience. It's very Dark Cloud in that way. No, I don't need that. I forgot to clear out my items, but we have tons of scrolls we can toss. Okay, awesome, Vashi. Thank you so much. That is how we operate here, so I appreciate it. That is how we roll. Just gonna use an item here. Yeah, the whole rhetorical versus non-rhetorical thing is such an interesting aspect of Twitch. It's been like a fascinating study of like, I don't know, what would you call that? Sociology? Social dynamics? Over these years that I've been on the platform. It's taken me a while to, like, okay, I need to do buffs before I leave this room. It's taken me a while to be able to, like, kind of explain myself. You try hard to remember the mechanical stuff? Yeah. Thank you for trying hard, Halo Killer. Yeah, it's okay to slip up. As my rolling chat command says, I'm very much a proponent of, like, everybody gets one, and I know just because someone, like, backseats a little bit or accidentally says something a little too revealing or, like, asks a leading question, that it's not necessarily done nefariously. So I always try to err on the side of, like, going out of my way to explain. Because, yeah, I've slipped up before, too, when I got, like, really excited about something. Where, like, I even understood the arrangement, I understood the policy, but still just kind of, like, whoopsied. So, it happens. But, yeah, there's some people that get really bent out of shape about the rhetorical question thing. And I used to feel like, oh, well, it's just one of those things that's, like, hard to explain. But now I feel like I have a good way to explain it, and I have less tolerance for that particular one. You know, the rehearsed response that you would usually get from someone who's annoyed is like, oh, well, if you don't want the question to be answered, why would you ask it? And I've seen a lot of people get put into that situation, and it's frustrating because you might not have a good, like, canned answer. Or your answer might feel really complex and convoluted. But really the simple answer is, if you don't have an outer monologue, the viewer doesn't know what you're thinking. You know, like, they could maybe guess what you're thinking. But if you say out loud a question, the viewer knows that you're thinking about something. Oh wait, not magic tolerance. We want physical attacks. So by asking the questions, I'm trying to give an insight into my thought process, which is like kind of the most important and interesting part for me for the playthrough, and therefore the part that I am most interested in, like, passing on to the person who's watching, and that I hope or assume they are interested in as well. Because I'm not like a super, like, animated, flashy streamer. So you've got to, like, you're probably here for the commentary, discussion, analysis type of stuff if you're here for anything, you know. So that's your canned answer that you can use. If someone gets frustrated with you in your chat about rhetorical questions, and, you know, they're like, how am I supposed to know if it's rhetorical or not? Or, like, why would you ask it if you don't want it answered? There's your canned answer that you can use. Turtles in Time for the roast. Great choice. One of my favorite video games of all time. And it has not been roasted before. Thank you, Gad. Gad? That's not Gad. That's Vlad. Gad the Vlad. Vlad the Gad? Gad is another longtime veteran community member. And we like to say lots of things about him that rhyme with Gad, which Vlad does, which is hilarious and awesome. I'll have to tell him about that next time I see him. Maybe he'll show up today. He's here most days. We love Gad. Gad is a longtime IRL friend. Love that I'm playing on the actual PS2. Yeah, I try to play on hardware whenever possible. It is my preference. I like the nostalgia of it. I like how it's not contained in my computer. I want my computer to be doing as few things as possible, just because it, like, overwhelms me a little bit. Not like my computer couldn't handle it necessarily. I have nothing morally against emulation. It's just not my preference. I'm very sensitive to input lag. So this is just part of, like, the fun for me, is the kind of museum experience, as I like to call it, of interacting with these old boxes. Playing on a CRT as well for the same reason. This is a fat PS2. Yeah, I am very anti-slim PS2. There's one particular model of the Slim that passes the muster for me. And, you know, if one, like, came along or whatever, I maybe would collect it. But other than that, no Slim for me. Passes the mustard. Yeah, that's like a borderline bone apple tea, isn't it, Pops? What's wrong with the Slim? A couple things. For one, there are many models of the Slim that don't actually have PS1 hardware inside of them, and so if you use it to play the backwards compatible games, it's like emulated rather than original hardware, which, you know, isn't going to have like a perceptible difference, but it's not as good of a representation. But the more pressing issue is that many models of the Slim are notorious for carving rings into your disc. Because of the way that the drive works, it's a little bit cheaper, and your disc is a little just kind of unsafely unanchored inside the drive, so it can like wobble ever so slightly, and that can be enough for it to get grooves because it's spinning so fast. So just the slightest little bit of canter could be devastating. But there's one model, I forget if it's the 71K or the 91K serial series, but there's one particular series of the Slim where you would have to just look at the serial number to know which one it is, that has the original PS1 hardware still in it, but also has like the newest, most stable components. But I don't think there are any versions of the Slim that have like no... Oh, shoot. We don't want to switch to Magic yet. We want to switch to Magic after the Protectorate. God, these guys are annoying. Yeah, it sucks because the Slims are really cool. Has a really neat form factor. They look cool. They came in some cool colors. And there are other things about their components that are better performance-wise. Oh. Whoa, we learned a new data drain skill. Possibility of rare item is high. Whoa. So this must have unlocked, it said we got a new entry in Book of 1000, which is like kind of like this game's in-game achievements. So we must have just data drained enough times to unlock that. That's pretty cool. I need to go back into the Book of 1000, actually. The 71,000 would make sense because it would be earlier than the 91,000. The 91 probably has the PS1 stuff taken out. I know there's some other like finer details that matter to people in like the speedrunning community about them. Because the PS2 has the like fast disk speed feature, and I think the way that it works is different on some models. Or maybe it's just not there, I don't know. I'd have to redo my homework on that. That's obviously not important to me as a casual player. I don't use that feature anyways, because it's, I think, more stable if I don't. Hardware revisions are a fascinating subject. Well, let's try our new thing, see if we can get a rare item. And kill the tiny scarecrow. I'm assuming it means just the item that you get from doing the data drain and not whatever the enemy drops afterwards. I hate doing dungeons with a full inventory. We gotta remember to clear some inventory space. We're still on the first floor, by the way. Ah, a treasure chest. The menuing can make some of these encounters take so long. Look how many rooms we still have to go in on this floor. Okay, we got another one of you. It's wild how long it takes to fight these guys. I've got to get around to figuring out if there's a way to play around or get rid of magic tolerance, or physical tolerance. We can deal with Can we get an Ola rep, please? Yeah, not being able to use physical attacks at all is such a roadblock for a common enemy that you fight 15 of to have. It's a huge, huge problem. It'd be one thing if like a boss had it every once in a while, and it was just like a gimmick fight that you'd run into in like, you know, a Final Fantasy or something. But it's extremely prevalent, which makes me think there's got to be a way to get rid of it, but I haven't figured it out yet. I need to go back through the manuals. I also need to see what it would cost to get the manual for mutation and quarantine, because I don't have those two manuals. I only have the manual for infection and outbreak. Unfortunately. Because at the time that I collected these, I didn't want to be too choosy. The only thing that I cared about was getting the DVDs and the game discs in good condition. Oh, Sorrow is a sword. Okay, very cool. Oh, we saw this one before. Yeah, all the games are named after virus stuff because it's related to the story of the games. Like the game is itself getting more corrupt. All right, we're in an ad. Some of you aren't hearing me right now, but I'll be back in a few minutes. We're gonna do some shenanigans. Snack, soda, and a daily game. BRB? All right, we're back from ads. Pause the party because it's time to party? A different kind of party? All right, we've got some stuff to do here. Thank you all again for the support today. We're going to do a soda tasting, a snack tasting, a Pokedle, and a game roast. Before we get back to the game here. Let's start with the snack. We're going to try a chip today. I have no idea what to think of these. We've got a... Let me switch to the roaming mic here, because I'll need to show y'all some labels. We're gonna try a spicy chicken cheese flavored chip from Buldak. I actually don't remember where I got these. I don't remember if I got these from World Market or H Mart or somewhere else. But we're gonna find out. This is a South Korean product, so it may have come from H Mart, because H Mart is Korean. Experience the thrill of spicy flavor. A gourmet brand that redefines spiciness. We'll see about that. A lot of these funky imported chip flavors that I've found have this strange underlying / aftertaste that I don't care for, that kind of tastes like fake sugar. And what it usually turns out to be, I think, based on reading their ingredient lists, is aspartame, which is not good. I don't want that in my body. And I guess like other countries don't treat aspartame the same way. I mean, there's still a lot of things in the US that have it as well, and people just guzzle it down. But you don't see it in food products very often. It's usually just a cheap alternative diet beverage sweetener for diet sodas that people have, mixed opinions on whether or not they should avoid. But it seems to be in a lot of the chips that I find at H Mart. So I'll grab it because it's an interesting flavor idea, but it'll have aspartame in it. But this one doesn't, which I checked before buying it. So we'll see what happens. Socks, thank you for the delicious. Welcome in. How are you, dude? Nice to see you. We're going to try, here, let me come up and show it to you. This is the Quattro Cheese Spicy Chicken Flavored Potato Chip. Look at this guy. Look at his hair. Look at that haircut. That's a heck of a haircut. Made from fresh potatoes. The shiny, bronze orange bag is very tantalizing as well. Love a shiny bag. It's gonna get my attention every time. Oh my God, this thing is sturdy. This is made of sterner stuff than an American chip bag. I don't think I'm gonna be able to open it this way without making a huge mess, so I'm gonna have to open it like this, which is not how I would normally open a bag of chips. All right, let's get a smell test. It smells kind of sweet. It smells cheesy. The scent is similar and reminiscent of, the cheddar cheese Pringles. They kind of look like that as well. Very heavily laden. Let's get one out here that I can show you. It looks very cheesy. Check this out. Wait for it. There we go. It looks super solid. Got a nice powdery coating, nice hefty coating on there. American chip bags can't handle that kind of flavor. Definitely a strange smell though. Doesn't smell like chicken, but it's just kind of a generic, sweet, savory smell. It's also a little bit cheesy. It is spicy. The initial flavor is very tomatoey, I would say. Like almost ketchup-esque in the sweetness. Maybe a little bit of that vinegar note as well. But it gives way to spice very quickly. I don't taste much of the cheesy flavor. I could fool myself into thinking that this tastes like chicken. But chicken's a pretty neutral flavor on its own, right? Like chicken tastes like what you season it with. It doesn't really taste like anything if you don't put anything on it, so. Yeah, it's kind of like a sweet tomato spicy chip. It's quite spicy. The heat lingers. It really doesn't taste cheesy at all to me though. Which is kind of bizarre for how it looks. Because it looks like it would taste mega cheesy. It's such a cheese color. It matches my shorts. It's very spicy though. And this also confirms my suspicion because it doesn't have that weird, sugary, chemical aftertaste that all the other chips have. So it must be the aspartame. I'm very sensitive to that. I don't like artificial sweeteners at all. The only sugar substitutes that I can get down with are stevia, and then sometimes, depending on the context, I can tolerate like some of the sugar alcohols, like erythritol, but I try to limit those as much as I can too. Can't do monk fruit, can't do allulose, absolutely no sucralose, no aspartame. This is a very odd chip. Look at this big boy. Woo! It's a big one. If you keep eating it, it doesn't really taste spicy, but if you stop eating it, the heat kind of builds. I'm gonna have to break this one. Ooh, yeah, there it goes. Quick, eat another one before it gets spicier. The sweetness almost kind of like evokes like a barbecue chip type of sensation as well, but it doesn't have any kind of like smoky, hickory, mesquite type of flavor though in there. Not bad though. I will actually continue eating this. This is one of the first import chips that I've bought where it's not just, well, that's gonna go in the garbage after this. Like I will actually put a clip on this and probably eat some more of them later. Especially since I'm out of chips right now in the rest of the house. We're gonna perfectly follow that up with a soda. Usually I try to taste things that I've never tasted before, but I'm pretty sure that I've had this soda. I'm like 99% sure that I've had this soda before, but I haven't had it in a while, and I was kind of thinking about it, and it came up in conversation around the time that I went to the soda shop. So I decided to grab one. This is Henry Weinhard's root beer. If you are a root beer fan, you may actually be able to find this one somewhere near you. This one isn't like a super duper rare joint that you'd have to go to a specialty shop for. You might be able to find this at like a hardware store or maybe a small-time non-chain liquor store or beer store. You might be able to find one of these. It's a fairly pervasive brand, so look out for it if you're a root beer enjoyer like me. The cap says, "You can't prohibit genius." Very self-assured mantra there. High praise to clip the bag. Yeah, exactly. This is a twist off. Now, I'm a big root beer fan. This is a very competitive category. Ooh. Smells like it's gonna lean heavily into wintergreen, which I am totally fine with. Big fan. Very root beer barrel candy type of smell. Also a great flavor profile to quell a spicy snack. This is very good. Very solid. It leans very strongly into the wintergreen as well as the vanilla. The sassafras, star anise, black licorice kind of flavor is really not there at all, which is going to be great for a lot of people because that's usually the bugaboo for root beer for a lot of people. I'm not a fan of that flavor either. I like it amongst the balance of the other two pillars in a root beer, but that's really about it. If it leans too heavily that direction, it's not one for me. Some root beers are very like frothy and heady. This one is not. It's got a much thinner consistency, which makes it very easy to just kind of drink it really fast and chug it. If you like a frothier root beer to kind of like sip and nurse, this is not gonna be the one. This would be the root beer to get if you wanna drink like 9 of them, which I would never recommend, don't do that. It's very good. I like it a lot. Super solid root beer. I've recommended this root beer to a lot of people as just like a very solid standard root beer that could be like a somewhat easily findable craft soda that could maybe help gateway you into the beautiful paradise of craft soda. You know, not everybody likes root beer, but I think it's like, I feel like if someone does enjoy root beer, it's a great gateway category for craft soda because you could very easily demonstrate to somebody how much variety there is. Like it was always fun to take new people to Blue Sun back when the soda shop was still Blue Sun and take them down the root beer aisle and just watch their eyes widen as they see like 75 different root beers and watch them try to imagine like, how could all of these be different from each other, you know? And obviously the answer is they're not, but they're also not all the same. Like you could easily have 12 different root beers that are identifiable. So that's kind of fun to like gateway someone into the wild world of craft soda. If they're already a root beer enjoyer, you know, like they like Barks root beer or Mug root beer or something. It's like, okay, well, let's get you these 3 root beers here that are all kind of in that same category, but better, and figure out which one kind of speaks to you. And you can kind of like keep honing in further and further. It's like, oh, you liked this root beer? Well, now you need, like you tried these 3 root beers and this one was your favorite? Okay, here's 3 more that are like getting more narrow, and you can kind of like work your way towards your favorite. What's up, KB? We are taste testing one particular root beer and kind of like talking about the larger category that is root beer. Yeah, this is, I would call this a very solid gateway root beer, like a very, very high likelihood of being universally appealing to someone who already likes root beer. Henry Weinhard's. Quite a bit of wintergreen, a little bit of vanilla, no black licorice. Very, very solid. I could easily allow that root beer into the top 10 of root beers. I don't think it would make it into the top 5 though. Very competitive category. I'd have to give some serious thought to a potential top 10. What are my top 5? Number 1 is St. John's Brewers from the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's the best root beer I've ever had. Number 2 is Sea Dog, which is a craft beer company from the Pacific Northwest. I haven't had one of those in years, though. So I haven't been able to find one. I don't even know if they're still around. But a lot of craft beer companies also will make a root beer and or ginger beer. It's a great place to look. Your one hated ingredient is the anise. Yeah, it's weird. It's like that's the thing that makes it the root beer. That's the root in the root beer, but it has to be used so sparingly. I'm not a big fan of it super strongly either. Good riddance streaming. Well, that makes one of us, KB. I'm happy for you though. It's a cane sugar root beer. You might not like it. What do you mean, Halo Killer? You prefer fake sugar over real sugar? That's so sad. Oh no, it's too delicious. Oh no, it doesn't give me dry skin and gut rot. Wow, I feel so bad for you, Halo Killer. What is cane sugar? Well, sugar comes to us from a plant called sugar cane. That's the plant that it's harvested from. So when a drink is advertised as having cane sugar or pure cane sugar, it basically means that the Food and Drug Administration has created a standard for how much processing that plant can go through before it loses that label. So if it's called cane sugar or pure cane sugar, which I believe are two different labels, it means that it's basically like the least processed as possible. And there's also cane syrup, which is like cane sugar instead of a crystal form, it's in a syrup form. Yeah, Hello Killer. I was kind of, yeah. But that's just the irony, the irony that is Karate Boomer. That's what they're all about. Yeah, it's more natural, but like, I just think it tastes better and my body agrees with it more. Like the high fructose corn syrup that's in most sodas is really, really highly concentrated. And that's the reason why it's so preferred in America, is because you can get so much sweetness with very little product, and it's so much cheaper for companies to use as a sweetener. So that's why it became kind of the standard. But I think it doesn't taste as good, and it just makes me feel bad. Like it gives me a headache, it makes my stomach hurt, it makes the skin on my face like dry out. No, thank you on the high fructose corn syrup. It's in foods and stuff too, and I try to avoid it as much as possible. If I see that it's in something, I will not buy it. If it accidentally slips in, whatever, but I try to avoid it at all costs. I haven't ever tried cane juice before, Socks. Have you had it? I have chewed on candied sugar cane before, which was quite the experience. You didn't forget to ask me that, Karate Boomer. You asked me that last week, I believe. No, I did not ever meet Chuck Norris before he passed away. Yo, what's up, CKX? How you doing? You really like River City and Abita. You'll happily settle for IBC if it's all that's available. Yeah, I grew up on IBC. The one I just tried is Henry Weinhard's, which I'm pretty sure I've had before. Here, I'll give you another close-up. Henry Weinhard also makes a pretty good black cherry, if I remember correctly. But yeah, this is a super solid root beer. Leans pretty heavily into the wintergreen and a little bit into the vanilla. Very, very good. You should be able to find that. Ooh, you tried some fresh in Panama. That's awesome. Yeah, IBC is solid. I can't remember if IBC has high fructose corn syrup or not, but I definitely drank a lot of those as a kid. I guess that was probably technically the first craft soda I ever had, if you can consider it as such. I don't think I would, but yeah, there's a lot of really solid, like middle of the road root beers out there. But Abita, that's my number 3. I was going through my top 5 for Vashi. Abita is my number 3. Number 1 is St. John's Brewers, number 2 is Sea Dog, number 3 is Abita. And Abita is like my staple root beer that I can easily find. I keep it in the fridge all the time. There are 2 that I like more, but oh yeah, you got auto-modded for the swear. You're fine. But yeah, I have the swear jar on in my chat. Yo, Broken Quest.
Star Fox VTuber era.
Broken Quest is manifesting for me to VTube the new AR models. If it's possible, I would totally set it up as a joke. But I don't know how I'm sure somebody will figure out a way to do it without being in the game. But if the setup was too complicated, I don't know if I would bother. But I do have a Nintendo Switch 2 camera, so. It does list cane sugar in the ingredients. There you go. We'll spin the wheel for you in just a moment here, Broken Quest. We're actually broken away from the game right now to do a bunch of shenanigans because we've had a bunch of wheel spins today. So the wheel is fully unlocked for you. You asked if I saw any of his movies. Okay, I could have sworn you asked me if I met him too. No, I've never met him. What would be my number 4 and my number 5 root beer? I'd have to give this some thought. Yeah, I lived in the same incredibly giant state that's like 5 times the size of most countries and didn't meet him. So weird. Where do I normally buy craft soda from? There's a small number of craft sodas that are available from my like local grocery store because HEB rules. Shout out HEB. But when I buy like a whole bunch of craft soda at once, there's a specialty shop in the Minneapolis area that I go to whenever I'm up there for VGM Con or maybe like 2D Con if my band's playing 2D Con or something else. There's a number of reasons, I guess, why I could be traveling to Minneapolis. But usually like once a year, if I go there once a year, or if I go there more than once a year, I don't necessarily go every time. But I usually go there at least once a year because I got to go for VGM Con and just stock up. It used to be called Blue Sun and it was privately owned and it was fantastic. The owner guy basically made the amount of money with the venture that he wanted to and had enough to retire, so he retired and sold it to a national chain called Grandpa Joe's, and now it's a Grandpa Joe's. And it still has some of the spirit and character of the previous soda shop, but it's definitely not the same. It doesn't have as much soda, and it has a lot more like random other stuff, like snacks and candy and like kitschy gifts and, you know, novelty junk that I would never buy. But it's still probably the best place to get specialty sodas in like a very wide radius from there. That's not the reason why I drive, Socks. I drive because I have to bring all of my gear to perform, but it's a nice byproduct of driving, because yeah, obviously if I flew, I'm not gonna fly home with a case full of sodas. Can't do that. But yeah, if you're looking for craft soda near you, Halo Killer, the best reliable place that I can recommend, at least in the US, is World Market. World Market is like half like a home decor store and then half like a food store. And the food section is really fun because there's all kinds of like treats and sauces and marinades and weird little things that are from all different countries, and on the price label it'll tell you the country of origin, so you can be like, oh, that's from Belgium, oh, that's from Germany, oh, that's from Japan, oh, that's from South Korea, and all kinds of cool stuff like that. And they have a pretty decent selection of sodas, You're not gonna find like super rare, weird, unusual stuff there, and they don't usually have any kind of like rotating or regional stock because it's a national chain. But it's a consistent place where you can get like Bundabergs. That's like the best craft soda brand that I've ever tasted. Like super consistent anyways. And you know, some interesting stuff from like Europe usually, sparkling lemonades, and stuff like that. Like I found some really interesting stuff there, and it's a good place that I can get some staples as well. Like I can't find the fruity flavors of Bundaberg really anywhere else. You might find like Bundaberg ginger beer or root beer at like a grocery store, but like lemon, lime, and bitters, guava, blood orange, peach, Bundaberg, those are some of the best sodas on the market, and I can't get them anywhere else. Even Grandpa Joe's doesn't have them, so you can at least go to World Market for those. But yeah, if you've never really delved into craft soda, that's a great place to start, because I feel like most people probably have one within a reasonable distance. But otherwise, weirdly, hardware stores have craft soda sometimes. If you happen to have an H Mart anywhere near you, which is a Korean grocery store, they have a very small section of craft soda, but it's gonna be hit or miss, mixed bag. And then if you have any kind of like upscale, uppity grocery store that's like regional to you, like for example, in the Twin Cities, they have Lund's and Byerly's or Kowalski's, that's like not a national chain. They have craft sodas, and whatever your like regional version of that is probably gonna have some too. Even if it's just like Stewart's and Main Route and Boylan, you know, like that's a solid shout. Yeah, non-ironically, Fleet Farm. Not necessarily like all big box hardware stores are gonna have craft sodas. I mean like a smaller, like mom and pop hardware store. But you might find something at like a Fleet Farm or like a Menards that's like semi-regional. But you're not gonna find craft soda at Home Depot or Lowe's. Don't try that. That's not what I mean when I say hardware store. I mean something that's like an Ace Hardware, except it's called like Bob's Hardware, you know, or whatever. There's a weird overlap between specialty hardware and craft root beer, yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen craft soda at a Trader Joe's. It's been so long since I've been at a Trader Joe's. Ever since we moved out of Minnesota, I don't go to Trader Joe's anymore because our local grocery store is so good. Yeah, it's kind of a strange phenomenon about the hardware stores. Okay, I believe CKX that Trader Joe's doesn't have craft soda. Trader Joe's is just so small, like they don't have room for it. Okay, we've got to do a game roast and we've got to do a Pokedle. Let's do the Pokedle. They've got some of their own sodas, but yeah, they're not craft. One thing though that is good from Trader Joe's though, around the holiday season, they will sell wassail or maybe Yulmust, and those are really delicious. I'm a big fan of that kind of holiday spice flavor profile. Wassail and Yulmust, I believe that's how they're spelled. Those are very tasty. I actually have a Yulmust in the fridge down there that I'm saving for Christmas time. It's like a traditional beverage in Scandinavia or something like that. Very, very tasty. Rife with anise. It's like clove and vanilla and like allspice, kind of that like holiday bouquet. I associate it heavily with Christmas. Okay, let me get this on the screen here. Anise cookies, interesting. No thanks. Where's my... can remove this. And we can remove this. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Pokedle! All right, so if you don't know what this is, it's kind of like Gamedle or Wordle, where you're trying to guess a specific Pokemon. And you have no clues to start other than what generation it's from. And it looks like we're doing Generation 1 today, so this is a softball for me. And you'll get, basically, it'll give you information based on who you guess about how close you are and what direction you should try to guess next. Yesterday's Pokemon was Dugong. Okay, so there are strategies that you can use for this. What I usually like to do, so it's looking at the type of the Pokemon, the size, so like height, weight. I think it also looks at the color. So what you can basically do is, or what I usually prefer to do is pick a dual type Pokemon, because you can eliminate 2 types at once instead of 1. And then also pick a Pokemon that is at one end or the other of the size spectrum. So if you pick like a really medium-sized Pokemon, you won't really know, oh, I should go for a big one next, or I should go for a small one next. But if you pick a big one or a small one, then you can try the other one next. So yeah, Gyarados is a pretty decent start, because you get 2 types. It's a pretty large size. Let's start, I'm gonna start with Onix. Similar type guess. Onix is very, very heavy, very long, and he's 2 types. Okay, so we got one thing right. So we know it's small, and it's smaller than Onix in both size and weight, which is, you know, not that unlikely, because he's kind of on the upper end. We know that it is not rock or ground. It doesn't live in a cave. It's not gray, but it is a Pokemon that doesn't evolve. Or it's a Pokemon that hasn't evolved at all. It could be a Pokemon that evolves, but it hasn't evolved in whatever state that it's trying to get us to guess. So I'm gonna guess Weedle next, because Weedle is a dual type Pokemon that's completely different color, type, and habitat, and it's at the small end of the spectrum. So let's go Weedle. I believe it doesn't disqualify baby Pokemon. Okay, we got the color right, and we also have the right height. So it's a brown Pokemon. It doesn't live in a cave, otherwise I would guess Diglett. Because that's also a small, brown, unevolved Pokemon. We could try Eevee. Let's try Eevee. Smashy wants Abra so bad. Yo! It was Eevee. Incredible. 3 tries is a pretty spectacular score. Wow. That was unexpectedly fast. I feel like my average score for one of these is probably like a 6. Because it's usually not Generation 1. But I feel like Generation 1 makes it a little bit easier. Alright, there we go. Pokedle aced. And now, it's time for a game roast. If you've never seen this segment before, this is where we go back into the backlog behind me, pull a game down, share memories and feelings about it, and all that sort of thing. But also, why we think it sucks and why we think it's the worst game in the world. Now, it's important to remember that this is a tongue-in-cheek segment. There are no games up here that I truly dislike. I don't bother owning games that I hate. This is one of my favorite games of all time, so please don't get triggered by me making fun of it. This is done in jest and for the love of the game. None other than Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time. 3 minutes on the clock, here we go. The reason why this game sucks is because the only real way to play this game is on hard, because you don't even get to see the ending of the game unless you play on hard. If you play on easy or normal, when you get to the end, it just says, "Nice job, loser. Now play it on the real difficulty." So when you're playing it on hard, you're getting your butt kicked because the game is kind of crazy on hard. And there are these enemies that are these pink foot soldiers that can block and just take no damage. And you either just have to get lucky or do very specific things to break through their blocking. And it can be the most frustrating and annoying thing ever. And they make this like ting, ting, ting kind of sound when you hit them and they're blocking to let you know that you're not doing damage. And it's the most like aggravating, make you want to break your controller in half kind of sound that you don't want to hear because of what it's associated with. And it makes me so mad. And there's a boss in this game that can only be damaged by throwing enemies at the camera. So there's this goofy mechanic in the game where like, you know, you fight enemies, it's a side-scrolling beat 'em up, and sometimes you will grab the enemy and like spin them around and throw them into the screen. It's such a cool like Mode 7 effect. And there's a boss in the game that I won't fully spoil, but the only way to damage the boss is by throwing enemies at the screen or at yourself, the player, in a weird way. And on hard mode, that fight is all the blocky pink guys. So you have to break through their block using very specific movements that often seem random unless you've played the game a lot. There's only a couple ways to do it, and then it's also actually random sometimes if you break through the block or not. And then the mechanic to throw people at the screen is also seemingly random, but there is a way to influence it. But of course the game doesn't tell you. You would have to just learn from someone else or through years and years of playing like I did. So that's an incredibly huge roadblock to playing this game on hard that a lot of people probably don't ever make it through. Another thing that sucks about this game is that when you run out of lives, despite being able to just, you know, because it's not the arcade version, you can just jump back in and continue, you lose your entire score. So as your score goes up, you earn extra lives, which are called rests in this game. And if you run out of rests, then you have to use a continue. But you lose your score, which is devastating if you're trying to do well. It's not quite the Gradius effect, where like you lose all your power-ups and then it's kind of impossible to win the game if you use a continue and you kind of have to do a 1 credit clear to actually succeed. It's not quite that bad, but it makes it very, very difficult. But now that my time has expired, it's very hard to speak poorly of Turtles in Time. It's one of my favorite video games of all time. I have incredible memories associated with this game. I'm pretty sure the first time that I ever stayed up all night was because of this game. I can still remember like the sun coming up and my grandma who I lived with, like walking down the hall, like on her way to the kitchen for like her morning coffee or whatever, passing by my room and like seeing that I was just in there playing my Super Nintendo at like 4:30 in the morning and probably being very concerned for my well-being. This is arguably my favorite video game soundtrack of all time. It's unbelievably good. So tightly composed, so much character, so much energy and velocity to this OST. This game and the soundtrack are very, very near and dear to me. I actually did a thing with Vaughn in like, I think 2016, 2017. Well, no, it had to be 2015 or 2016 because of where we were living. Where I realized, oh, I know how to play this whole soundtrack on guitar. It would be funny if I like played along with somebody who was playing the game. And we did this segment called Guitar versus Gamer, where Vaughn and somebody else, it might have been Brack, did a co-op playthrough of this. And I just played guitar along with the soundtrack for like the whole playthrough as like a stamina marathon. And then I later turned it into a live performance at the very first VGMCon in 2018, where I just set up this game, this very copy of this game on my Super Nintendo, hooked up to like the big projector that we had for the stage, and just invited anybody from the audience to come and play through the game. And then I just played guitar along with the whole soundtrack and wore myself out for like an hour. And they got really stuck on that Shredder boss fight where you had to throw people at the screen. I had to play that boss theme forever. What a memory. Haven't done that again since, but wouldn't be opposed to it. And I think we did it one other time in the VGMCon jam space in like 2020 probably. It was either 2019 or 2020 because we were still at the old Sheraton. All right, we've caught up on all of our shenanigans except for puppy time. I haven't forgotten, luckily, because I wrote it down. I've also got to do 10 push-ups. So let me do 10 push-ups really quick, and then we'll get Sleepy Gobi on the camera for a minute for puppy time, and then we're finally going to get back to the game. Thanks for hanging out with me, y'all. I'm having a blast. Hope you are too. We are going to play some Dot Hack today. All right, and tomorrow, for that matter. Ooh, that's a good root beer. All right, let's go back over to the wide shot. And then I'm going to go out in that doorway and do 10 push-ups. Abra! Man, King Smashington has incredible comedic timing, y'all. I'm such a fan of King Smashington. We're on the same wavelength comedically so often. Yeah, we have a puppy. We have a puppy that's awake. Gobi's only asleep because she's bored, not because she actually has any reason to be tired. She has done literally nothing the last couple of days because Nima hasn't done anything because of the rain. So she's going to be very excited to be woken up to do literally anything. Don't worry, we're not disturbing her. Okay, I added that. Close that. All right, 10 push-ups. And then we're going to stay on this camera angle for puppy time. Let me switch back to the roaming mic. Gobi, come here. Come here, Gobo. That's a good pup. Can you sit? Good. So we're a little far away, but you can see her. Here's Gobi. What do you think, sweet girl? Pretty boring day. Can you do 2 paws? 2 paws. Don't be so lazy. 2 paws. She's being so lazy. Gobi, up. Up. Good. Sit. Good. Let's try that again. 2 paws. Good girl. Yeah, we gotta wake you up a little bit, huh? You gotta actually do something. Sit. Good girl. Can you lay down? Good. Can you sit? She's like, what do you mean? Sit. Sit. Good girl. Up. 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 Good. Come here. Come here, Kobo. Paw. Good girl. Other. Good. Same. Same. No. Other. Other. Good girl. Other. She's like, I haven't been tested like this in a while. What's going on? Paw. Good. Same. Same. Good. Good. Other. She's yawning. This is boring her. Other. Good. Good. Same. No. You're cheating. You're being lazy. You're a delinquent student. And I'm a little bit of a delinquent teacher, for that matter. Can I have a hug? Give me a hug, Gobo. Yeah, nice and gentle. Good job. Okay, you can go back to your sleepy spot now. All right.
This is, you don't understand.
Dotting your hack. We've had that chat message twice today. CKX, you weren't here for the first one, so that's not you chaining off of it. That's purely coincidence. I didn't type that while petting the dog. That's just my chat bot. But I like that I could blow your mind with that. It's because my chat bot is looking for the word Gobi to post to the emote. You were sus. Well, that's a flattering comment. I guess I could set it up in such a way where the bot doesn't do it if someone uses the emote and they only do it for the actual, and it only does it for the actual word. But I don't know why I would want to do that. It's niche enough. Thank you for silly. All right, let's go ahead and hit them all. Actually, Smashy, I don't think you were here. There are two new kind of hidden alerts like this that I've added that no one has hit yet. And probably won't for a little while. Or is it? All right, let's pause this. And we're finally going to get back to .hack. I just got to remember to make Vlad the Discord despot in Discord later. And hopefully you can hang on to the role long enough to actually have something to vote on with your special powers. But sometimes it be like that. All right, let's come back over here. We're still in the middle of this same dungeon here. I'm currently in the process of making room for an item. Is there any crappy spells I can get rid of? Oh, yeah, we can get rid of these Hanged Man. That's fine. The OG dotting your hack comment over Eris's speakers? Wait, what? Is that like a known meme? I was not aware of this, if so. Let's look at this equipment that we've been picking up, actually. How are these Gaia hands? Oh, I can't equip them. Fair enough. Well, Balmung probably can. So what has he got? has good magic on it, so we probably wouldn't want to lose that. But let's see how these new ones compare. This is what I am currently wearing. Oh, interesting. So this is more physically oriented, whereas the ones he has right now, or more, the ones he has right now are more magical and give way better spells. So these are good, but we're not going to give them to Balnum. I don't know what I'm going to drop next. I don't really have any good candidates to drop here. This is such a weird sword. Oh, you heard... Okay, I see. When Cheaty came in and said it earlier in the stream, you heard me say it. Got it. That makes sense. Maybe we could just use this scroll instead of throwing it away? We're still on the first floor, y'all. Oh, I should have put buffs back on. Oh, another one of you? Okay. Attack. I feel like Terajima's level is catching up because she's now got over 1,000 HP. Which is great. We're very low on SP though. Which is why I want to get my buffs back on. We have a buff for gradual SP recovery that's very helpful. Water Beast. What the heck is Water Beast? A scroll? Could get rid of some of these because I think we have more in storage. Oh, this is a very, very niche item that we could probably afford to get rid of. Obviously not going to get rid of that. Holy crap. Yeah, we'll get rid of these sports drinks. Alright, and now that he has physical tolerance, let's hit him with some magic scrolls. This looks fun. Yeah, I love these games. Some people get really exhausted by how much menuing you have to do in battle. It can be really easy to get trapped by like enemy skills and spells, and you can end up like I feel like a lot of situations in this game funnel you towards discovering that just constantly spamming items is kind of like the only way through a lot of the times. And I can understand why some people would find that really dumb and boring and not fun. But as far as like an all-encompassing experience, there's really nothing like this game. And I'm a huge, huge fan. Just like the whole game within a game experience is perfectly encapsulated. The way that you can like kind of get the MMO experience without being in an MMO is really great for me personally, because there's a lot of aspects about it that are really attractive to me, that I can kind of like scratch an itch for without like being unhealthy or unsafe that I might otherwise be in an MMO in reality. So that part of it's really cool. The way that the story is delivered is so cool. And it's like also the more time goes by in real life, the cooler this game becomes as a time capsule, because it is so indicative of the time period that it was made and released. And It's also really interesting because the game was trying to be near future at the time that it was made, but now enough time has passed where, like, the time period that it's supposed to be, that near future time period that the game is supposed to be set in, is a long time ago, which is a very unique experience. Like, the games were made in, like, 2000, 2003 kind of window, but they're supposed to take place in, like, 2007, which is obviously a long time ago now. So there's just a lot of cool aspects about it as an experience that I'm a huge, huge fan of. Aaron Shore might be up your alley. I have never heard of that. Feel free to text dump about it in the chat while I go run the ad. Yeah, I totally bounced off of Sword Art Online because of how derivative it felt of .hack. I was like, this is too similar to .hack to not just be .hack. So I can't watch this because my subconscious insists that it be .hack and it just isn't. Eris is like, arrive emote. Yo, I called it. Yo, we hating on SAO? Why wasn't I invited? All right, I gotta run an ad. I'll be right back. Thank y'all for hanging out with me. It's gonna be big time gameplay after this. See you in a bit.
Finish! Finish!
All right, I'm back. I'm just eating some chocolate-covered almonds really quick. Wait, let's go here. Oh, okay. I got you, CKX. So it's like a Western version of .hack, I guess. At least as far as like the simulated MMO part. I don't know if it's an isekai type of situation either, or I mean as well. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. I feel like the only reason why I might not like that is because I'm not into Western RPGs. But it still sounds like an interesting concept. But yeah, the offline MMO concept blew my mind when this game was new, because I had very little points of reference because I never played an MMO really at all, but especially not in 2002. So like it was easier for me to believe that this is what the experience was like, right? Because they were kind of like telling you that that's what it was like. And there was so much more like mystique to it, where like as a kid playing this game, you could like convince yourself that the other people you were talking to in the root towns might actually be other people who were playing this game at the same time as you, you know, and that it was real. Either because you wanted it to be that way or because you legitimately didn't understand how the internet worked because you were 11, you know? And I didn't get anything related to the narrative the first time I played it, which was probably like a rental in the early 2000s. Because I didn't, or maybe it was one of those things where like I bought it because I didn't know what it was, but I could tell that it looked like an RPG. And then like I didn't understand it, so I like traded it in and bought another RPG. I don't really remember. And it wasn't until like that 2012 playthrough when I went through and got copies of Outbreak and Quarantine through cheesing the GameStop system when I was a GameStop employee, that I finally was like, all right, I'm gonna finally sit down and play this whole thing. And then I got really into like the story and like watched the anime for the first time all the way through and started kind of like looking at the bigger picture. But yeah, I actually feel like it's easier to understand than you might assume at first glance. It's really not that confusing. Like there's a lot of like little details you could get caught up in and convince yourself that it doesn't make any sense or whatever, or that there's just a lot of like nonsense to it. But like the broad strokes is actually pretty straightforward, which I appreciate. And we've talked about this extensively on my stream. I'm very sensitive to like nebulous, vibes-based storytelling, which might be confusing to somebody seeing me play this game, because you might assume that this game is kind of like that too. And it does like kind of dip its toe into it sometimes, but it's only for like the finer details and like the like far-reaching implications like left up to interpretation rather than like the entire plot. Like I think the difference between this series and others is that there's not too much you could argue in this game about the actual events that happen and take place. Whereas some other games, you have a fandom that doesn't agree upon what happened. And it's like, that's a problem. That's a red flag for me. If the community who has played the game can't agree upon what happened in the game, I'm probably not going to like it. It's not going to be concrete enough for me. But the other cool thing about .hack, at least in my opinion, CKX, is that there's a lot you can enjoy even if the narrative doesn't click with you or you don't understand it. Like just the cozy, kind of repetitive dungeon crawler vibes and just like the time capsule vibes Like if you just kind of like let it all wash over you, and you get to the end and you're like, I don't really know what happened. I couldn't tell you what happened in this game. I still feel like you would stand to maybe get a lot out of it, like mechanically or spiritually. Interesting. That's a very charitable and interesting way to look at it, CKX. I feel like I have a similar, like I think my preferences are set up in a similar way, but my threshold is just so strict. Like the level of borrowing that the game can do is very small. Like, yeah, you can take a little loan, but the interest is insane. You got to pay it back like really fast or in huge amounts. You think the story would click for you? Yeah. You agree with that? The debts are pretty pricey? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pretty strict. Like, I think the game needs to convince me that it's allowed to borrow, which is very much like a bank. Okay, I'm in danger if I data drain too many more enemies, which really has me worried, considering we're still on the first floor of this dungeon, and we know that there's gonna be at least 3. It's very rare that there's less than 3 basements in a dungeon. So that's concerning. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, I can't run away from the enemies and choose not to fight them because I'm literally trapped in the room. And I can't beat them without using data drain. So we just gotta get through it. And nobody else can do it except my character. It's a special thing that only my character can do. Alright, let me back up and heal myself. Try to save myself an item here. While they work on the protect break. And then let's swap it up here. Should be getting pretty close. There it is. I actually don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, see, it already says that data drain is out of control. And I guess that just means that it casts a random spell. Alright, now we gotta switch to magic. And I only have 1 attacking spell, and it's not that great. It does like 200 damage. Heal. But yeah, I feel like, to continue your analogy, CKX, I feel like I have written a lot of checks for a lot of games that, that bounced. You know, like, I think I'm a very gracious and patient person when it comes to like my level of stamina and tolerance. Like, I'm basically willing to wait until the very end of a game to make a judgment call on it. Like, I'm always willing to give the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, okay, well, maybe they'll come back to that one thing that I'm confused on, or that seems pivotal to the story, but they haven't talked about it, you know, to, like, wait and see. But I've been burned many, many times, so while I'm still willing to put myself in those situations, it often comes at the price of really heavy skepticism, where I'm like, I don't think they're going to come back to this. And I'm probably going to be mad about it. But maybe they will. maybe data drain being out of control just means that we just have to tolerate whatever like random buffs or debuffs get cast when we do data drain. That's it. Because I feel like they can't just stop me from being able to do it. I've got to be able to do it. Otherwise, there would be no way to get through this dungeon. I don't think they could just like kill me. Okay, I gotta get my SP buff back on because it's expiring. Very important. With this, basically, my SP will regenerate not quite as fast as I can use it, but it makes a big difference. Okay, we need to switch them to healing. Keep spamming magic. Oh, he aggroes me. Heal me, heal me. Okay. You topped off, don't let me die. Okay, switching aggro. Good. Okay, now we can switch back to back magic. I'm almost out of SP, but he should break again soon. And then we're good. Yep, there it is.
Let's get.
Oh my god, we're getting wide. Gad's here! Gad, welcome in, my lad. How are you? Oh, okay. Well, I got confused, and then I killed my friends. Stretch it out to the lateral side, y'all. We're getting wide. If your aspect ratio's been feeling off, don't worry. It'll all equalize soon. Be patient. There it is. Gad, thank you for wide. Yes, I widened twice. It's true. I fixed it. How you doing today, Gad? Your name came up earlier because Vlad was here and was very generous and gifted some subs and spun the wheel and did a bunch of shenanigans. And one of the times I accidentally called Vlad Gad, and I was like, oh, we have to add this to the list of words that rhyme with Gad. So he became Vlad the Gad. That's right, you got dethroned today as Discord Despot, Gad. I'm pretty sure it was you and not Brack. Vlad took it away from you. Okay, we're finally getting down to the second basement here. Progress. Let's get our buffs back on. It is a good nickname. Oops. That was a misclick. Terajima. And then let's get Apcorv on Goblin here. Can we please get some more of the little goblin hammer guys? I would love that. Or just a chest. We love chests as well. Shout out chests. Big fan. Ants go after cookies, but not open packs of Skittles. Oh. Did you accidentally perform an experiment, Mr. Dr. Dynamite? By leaving out a pack of Skittles? That is interesting data. There's our boy! Big Gorilla Groot. got a big telephone pole through his chest. What an incredibly annoying enemy. Has magic tolerance, and then has to be data drained, and then as soon as they're data drained, switches from magic tolerance to physical tolerance. So evil. I can't believe how many of these there are. Okay, now we gotta switch to magic. Okay, just kidding. Now we gotta switch to first aid. I gotta get my magic restoration back on. Haven't had ants in a year. Time to respray. And ants can be very pesky. I'm an ant fan as far as like how intricate and cool they are and like how important they are to the ecosystem. But when they are inside and in a place that you don't want them to be, it can be very frustrating. I actually have ants in one of my keyboards right now, which is quite strange. We did some extra silicone caulking in our kitchen, like the first year that we lived here, and we do not get them in our kitchen anymore. Which is probably inarguably the worst place to get ants. So it's nice that we don't have them there. But it is amazing how they can just find things. Like how did they find my keyboard? You know? Like it's not like my keyboard was out on the lawn in their area. Whoa, that was a bad side effect. Good thing that happened at the end of the battle. Okay. First aid. Yeah, I think I spilled like a drop of tea on my keyboard. And so they just came to find that. So I might have to just like leave my keyboard alone for a couple of days and like put a bait out. Because I don't think they can just live there forever. I think that would be not good. I would obviously like to leave them alone if I could, but I don't think I can leave them unchecked. What am I getting rid of? Yeah, we'll give up the Artisan Soul. Is this a spell? Pretty sure it's a spell. We can get rid of this. It's their keyboard now. I mean, kind of. Like, it would be cool if they just, like, cleaned up the mess and then left. You know, since that's kind of, like, why they're there. Stone Solarite. We have to do the most massive item management when we get out of here. We need to consolidate our inventory, sell some stuff, discard some stuff, trade some stuff, store. Oh, different guy. Interesting. This is our first time seeing this guy. Maybe he won't have physical tolerance after being data drained? We can hope. Oh god. That is a rare weapon. So let's get rid of that. I should have used this absolute zero scroll. Is there anything else I can get rid of? Reasonably? Really? Could get rid of these cooked vials, actually. I'm never going to use these. Okay. Everybody's HP and SP got reduced to 1. Terrifying. But it looks like we're good here. He just turns into a normal enemy like he's supposed to. See, this is what's supposed to happen after you protect break someone. They just kind of become a loser and die really fast. But those other guys, for some reason, are just like, haha, phase 2. Alright, well this floor has been a little bit more kind than the first floor, so that's something. Let's get all our buffs back on. I'm assuming there's going to be a boss in this dungeon. Sometimes there's not a boss. But something scary that can happen at the bottom is there'll be like a treasure room that's like the primary rare reward for coming to the dungeon. And then there'll be another room that's like either a boss or a cutscene that's related to like the reason why you're actually going there. And you don't know which room is which until you go in. Sometimes the boss room will have like purple fire in front of it, but usually you don't know. Until it's too late. And if you go into the boss room or the cutscene room before you've gone into that treasure room, you'll probably have to revisit the dungeon, because after you beat the boss and or watch the cutscene, the game will try to be nice to you and warp you out of the dungeon instead of you making you backtrack normally or manually or use an item to get out. But if you haven't gotten that primary treasure yet, you don't want to leave. But you might be forced to anyways. That happened to me last week. We had to go all the way back down to the bottom of a dungeon just to get the reward item. And that takes an absurdly long time, and would especially so in a dungeon like this where these fights take forever. Because you can't just make a beeline for the bottom. Like, I'm not just fighting this guy for the experience. The doors are locked. I can't leave this room until I kill this guy. It's like Zelda. So it would take just as long to go through this dungeon a second time as the first. No shortcuts. So hopefully that doesn't happen in this dungeon. The purpose of this mission is to get a rare item. So hopefully we can't miss it. Man, we have a lot of that sword now. Okay, we need to put Rig Same back on Balmung. And Apcorv. Is there a chest? Oh. Okay. But at least the map system is tops. There's our boy again. Alright, I'm gonna use some scroll. I need to remember to use some scrolls against him after we protect break the first time. Oop, not magic. Not magic, not magic, not magic. Oh god. Balmung's almost dead. God, these guys suck. Actually, first aid. Okay, that's a lot. Aggro me. Ignore them. They're just healing. I'm the one that's hitting you. It's weird how death as a status in this game is like a critical hit and not actually death. Oh god. That's so scary when that happens. Basically, if you don't mash the menu button, you could really easily get a game over. Like, it's really easy to deal with, but would also be really devastating if you weren't paying attention. Okay, magic. And I'm gonna use some scrolls. We got a bunch of water stuff. And getting hit with some stuff. Just gonna preemptively... Potion. There we go. These are so weak. Okay, you guys heal. Do we have any wood scrolls? No? I should just use all of these. I think wood is good against earth. As far as like elemental relationships goes. Oh, he can heal himself? I didn't even know that. Wait, is he protect broken and I missed it? No. There it is. Yeah, that's why I always data drain him the second time, is because you can't keep up with his... Oh my god, it happened again. I gotta let them kill that enemy. Okay. So... Wait till I hit 25. There we go. SP recovery for me. You guys can first aid while I get the buffs back on. They usually have items. That's how they're healing each other. Recover more. Yeah, you spend a lot of time in the menus in this game. And not just in like a depending on your play style kind of way. Like, you're doomed to spend a bunch of time in these menus. And if that wears you out, you're probably not going to enjoy this game. And while I have a high stamina and tolerance for it, I will get sick of it at a certain point. It's just a much higher threshold than probably most people. There he is! Oh boy. I hope I never see this enemy again after this dungeon, but that probably won't happen. There's not that much monster variety in this game. One. Please don't drop me to one. Okay. That one just reduced somebody's defense or something like that. Now we can switch to magic. And start throwing out some scrolls. I can't tell which one of them it is, but one of them doesn't have any magic, I guess, because they're just continuing to hit it with attacks. Every time you see a 0 in that green circle, that's somebody trying to use a physical attack. I think it's Terajima. I gave her spells, but she's like not using them. Maybe she just doesn't have enough SP, I don't know. The scrolls are helping though. So it's a great way to just get rid of them, I guess. Oh, I'm confused and I'm gonna kill my friends probably. Oh god. Balmung, please don't die. Please. Okay. Whew. Yikes, that was scary. It was just him and the really weak enemy, and he had very low health. You can tell your party members to do quite a bit, but you can't tell them to use an exact item on an exact person. The mechanical canon, I guess, is like that they are a real person with agency, and so you can't fully bend them to your will like you could in like Final Fantasy XII or something. You can tell them, hey, use healing stuff, and they'll probably revive you. But if they're confused, you know, you're screwed. Alright. I'm not going to worry about the health regen. Hopefully the next floor is the bottom floor. It looks like we've got floor 2 done. I'm assuming this last door to the upwards here is going to be the downstairs door. Yep. But how much more is there on B3? That's the question. Oh, okay, we love this guy. This guy's our favorite. If this whole floor was just these guys, we would be so happy. Because this guy doesn't have physical tolerance. You data drain him one time, and then you can just whack away. Oh, we're confused. Okay, quickly switch to first aid. Everybody's confused. Luckily, health is high. Okay, who died? Nobody died. Unbelievable. Cannot believe that we all survived that. Wow. Very lucky. You're very lucky. Regen for a second here. Get the attack buff back on Balmung. We're going to be optimistic that we're going to see more of those guys. Alright. Summon water. Okay. 2 in a row. Loving that. This guy is really strong, though. But the only thing that made that last one hairy was just the fact that we got the confusion status from Protect Break. Nothing we can do about that. It's just a roulette. Alright, cool. Nothing bad happened that time. Oh yeah, I need to look and see if that weapon is actually an upgrade for me. A now I'm home from work fraud. That's the best kind of fraud to be, though. Best mod is back in town. Congrats on being home from work. Happy Friday Eve. Oh, he's back. At least he's always alone. That's the only solace we can take in this guy. Is that he's always alone. Yeah, now you can save the stream with your immaculate modding, exactly. That confusion? No. Oh wait, yes it is. Or it's like charm, which is like the same thing. I don't think they can get rid of that on their own. I got you guys. Switch to magic. Do I have any scrolls? Oh, that would actually be really funny if we could break this in. It worked! Unbelievable. Should I just get rid of these? I feel like these aren't actually that good. Like, a level 1 summon is better than a level 1 spell, but it's still not really that good. And we don't have a wood one. There it is. Alright, please don't kill me. 1,000 EXP is lost? Oh, that sucks. That's an entire level. That's a horrific outcome. I did not know that that was even possible. I'll take it away someday, Gooby. But for now... Whoa, look at this room. This is very significant looking. I don't know if I recall ever seeing a room like this. Haven't seen a pot or a crate in a while either. Oh, another bearcat egg. Okay, let's get Riggeem back on. Still have a little bit of tea left. It would be really nice to have another party member that has these spells, so I'm not the only one responsible for keeping them on. Because it's so nice to just hit the strengthen gambit and have your party do this instead of you having to do it. Because you can kind of do it while you're moving around. Uh-oh. I should have known that this was the event room and gone to it last. Well, hopefully we didn't miss a really good item.
Let's get him! No, wait! Don't rush in so recklessly!
That thing is wild looking. So her character personality thing is that she's a brand new player to the game and like really inexperienced, but has like stumbled into some really wild situations.
That one's powerful. You can't defeat it at your present level.
Her little wings. Mona Marshall sounding a little Veronica Taylor there.
Are you alright?
I'm sorry. I was out of line and I attacked carelessly. I'm completely useless.
Wow, what a callback, Gooby.
I mess things up every single time without fail. Even in a game, I cause trouble for other
She hasn't really
people.
been around long enough to earn
Can't
saying this.
apologize
This is like the
enough.
second thing we've
Please,
done for her.
Forgive me?
If that's truly how you feel, then all you have to do is change. I'm sure you can do it. Everybody, including me, likes you a lot.
Thank you so very much.
Oh, I didn't get warped out. Wow. Okay, that's so lucky. That's so rare that that happens. So I guess we're not done with this dungeon yet, which is also strange and rare. So many eggs. My egg collection is teeming. There he is. Oh, okay. Cool. All dungeon portals open. That's a fantastic thing to see across your screen. That's exactly what we want to see. That means there are no more battles. So that very last room is probably just a treasure, or it could still be a boss, because bosses aren't in magic portals. Oh god. Trying to kill me again. And first aid. I'll start the magic train. Oh, I don't have any SP. How about scrolls? Nice strike. Okay. One for you. For you. And back to the scrolls. You guys are doing first aid, right? Maybe they just don't have any items and they don't have enough SP. They are really struggling. That's okay. Now that we know that we're at the bottom, we can be a little bit more flippant with item usage. Because we know we're going to get out of here soon. And we can restock. Obviously, if there's a boss, we don't want to completely deplete ourselves. But we'll be alright. Just burning up all of these scrolls here. I'm so tired of this guy. Okay, we've got a little bit of health now. We should be done soon. There we go. God, these guys suck. Okay, we should be okay. That's not a scary spell. Okay. So we've got one more room to go in. I'll get all the buffs back on. I'll also... I should probably wait until this rig game expires, because it's probably going to expire pretty soon. So we'll just wait for a second in front of this door. And I can go ahead and start putting the other ones on. So we might not need these at all. This might just be like a cutscene with no fight. But there's no reason not to do this, really. Unless you're just really impatient. And I'll put this on everybody, instead of just me and Balmung. I should also look at Terajima's level, because we haven't looked in a while to see how she's catching up. When we recruited her last week, she was at level 1, which was very unexpected. So we had to catch her up a little bit before we could even use her. Okay, she's at 39. I honestly thought she would be at a higher level. I guess the reason why is not only did we lose 1,000 experience, which means you basically lose your current level up progress, but also when we data drain those big tree guys, you lose the experience yield that you would otherwise get from the fight. That's like the trade-off for data draining, is like you kind of instantly kill them, but what's actually happening like in the game within the game is that you're leveling them down to a really, really low level, and they're becoming like a super, super weak enemy that you can kill in one hit. That's kind of like the hack that you're using. So as a consequence, you only get 1 experience point instead of like 80 or 100. So it makes sense that we're not getting a lot of EXP from this dungeon, because we've done that in almost every single fight. Okay, where are we at here? Are we good? I guess? Okay, there's the rig game. Expiring on everybody. Alright. And then let's check this weapon that I keep forgetting to check. What are these spells? Dark magic. They're pretty solid. But it would suck to lose Apcorv. Like, Dekvorv is kind of the same thing, lowering their defense versus increasing our attack. But the problem with the debuff is it's not always going to land. It's going to depend on their resistances, whereas Apcorv is always going to increase my attack. So I don't think it's really worth it. Lose a ton of accuracy, which is not good, because accuracy is kind of just like more damage. Because this is like a hit count kind of game. So yeah, this isn't worth it. We can sell these. Or give them to another Twin Blade character, I guess. Let's see what's going on in here. Oh, it's just a treasure room. Okay, cool. So we stocked up for nothing. The Golden Grunty. Silver Scarab, Silver Scarab. Alright, cool. Pretty lame yield. So I guess this is one of the weird, or not weird, but uncommon dungeons where we actually have to manually leave. It's pretty rare that we have to manually leave. But there's an item for that. So. And technically, you can make your companions use that item if you don't have any or you don't want to. There's a command for it. But it's whatever. Alright, and we can gate out before this battle starts. Huzzah. So, I can now go into my notes and check off Generous Bemused Virgin. So the reason we went on that quest is because Terajima wanted to get a very rare item, which must have been that Golden Grunty. Increases maximum HP by 30. I can see why that's a rare item, but that's really not that good of an item. But obviously we did it for more than just that. Alright, time to do some item management out the wazoo. And then I think story content. First of all, is there anything we want to put in? These are great for trading. We'll put those in. These are going to be great for trading too. These I think I will sell. Because I think we have better stuff in storage. This is worth investigating. These are very standard. These are okay. And these are pretty good. And these we have a bunch of already, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Anything that I already have in storage, I'm happy to just add more. But you can only hold 99 unique items in your storage, so try not to add more, because we're currently at 82. These we have a bunch of. This we can put in storage. We have one already. That's fantastic. I think I'm going to put these in storage because I never use them. We might run into a situation where we want to use them, but really the speed charm is the only thing that we need to keep on us at all times. I'm going to put this in storage because, well, actually, no, I'll keep it on me. These ones that increase, like, individual elements, I don't know why I'm carrying so many. I think I'm just carrying these because you pick these up very commonly. Because these are kind of like scrolls where they just give you a buff that you would get from a spell. Like, this is literally just App Corv as a consumable item. So we don't really need these either. And the ones for specific elements are so situational. Maybe I'll just sell those. Okay. Let's go to the shop. Or I guess the item shop's over here. We need to go over here. There. And we're going to sell some stuff, and we're going to buy some stuff. And we are not going to come out ahead. But that's okay. Let's get rid of all of these. It's not that much money, but we just don't need them. I'm not going to use these. These are not part of my gameplay. Why do I have 40 of these? This must just be something that I just pick up periodically. There's no reason for me to have those. Like, the physical attack one, sure, that's great. I can use that when I have no SP, or when I'm trying to conserve SP. Physical defense, maybe. Plus, I'm only carrying one of those, so it's not really worth it for me to sell them. These are quite valuable. And so are these. I'm going to sell all 8 of these. We can compare this one with what Terajima has right now. Okay, now we need to spend a bunch of money. Let's see, how many of these do we have? Let's get 12 more of these. I don't need to top off my Resurrect. I need to go to the other server to be able to buy the potion that I want to buy. The potion that I like to buy is the 400 HP one. I can't really afford to buy a full stack of the 800. As much as I would like to. We have an ad starting. Let me snooze that one time. And we'll do that once we finish this item management here. This will be the last ad break of the day. And then we'll have one more hour of stream, and I think we're going to do story content. For the first time since day one. So that's exciting. Alright, we're going to buy a full stack of these, because we use so many of these. There goes 31,000 GP. And I think I'm gonna dismiss Terajima from my party, but I need to see if she wants this axe first. 25-8, but it has critical. Interesting. Vlad, thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Thank you for the generosity. I really appreciated it. You did not have to do that. It was nice to have you. I hope things continue to progress in a positive direction for you. Have a good nap. Let's see. Let me look at this other axe again. Oh yeah, we also need to look at Book of 1000 for a sec. I want to do that before we go into story stuff. 26-8. So it's probably not worth it to give her this. She's going to get 1 extra point of attack, but she's going to lose the ability, or she's going to lose the increased critical hit chance. So that's really not worth it in my eyes. So I think I can just sell these axes because they're worth a lot and we need to replenish some funds. That pays for all the potions that I just bought, which is fantastic. And then these daggers are very good. They're not quite better than what I currently have, but they're definitely better than whatever my other twin blades have. So if I find a mission where I need to bring one of my twin blades along, or they get forced into my party for a story mission at some point, these would be good to have in storage. So I'm going to add them to my storage. Ankokushiki. Oh, I was going to give Terajima this armor. That's right. Let me do that really quick before I dismiss her. Because this armor is better than what she has, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, she's not even wearing heavy armor. She's wearing the thing that I'm wearing. Yeah, okay. That'll make a huge difference. Where did she go? I love that they run around town and, like, run their own errands.
Yes, how...
Okay, here is a water beast for you.
Such a what?
There we go. And I need to give her one of these Gaia hands as well.
Yes, how many...
Because these are quite good.
Such...
Wait, no. There we go. Okay. That improves her defense quite a bit. Most of her equipment is pretty on par with what we've got. She's just still really behind on levels. Okay, I'm gonna run the last ad break of the day. You'll see Mario Party if you're not in ads. I'll be back with 1 more hour of stream. If you can't stay, I'll be playing this all day again tomorrow. Same time, same great channel. Thanks for being here, folks. Be right back.
Finish! Ready? Go! Go! Finish!
Oh no!
Start!
We're back. We'll never find out if Peach wins this minigame. Odds look pretty good though, if I'm being honest. All right, welcome back. Look at Balmung just stuck right there. The game was not paused. He's stuck right there between me and Terajima. That's funny. Okay. We're gonna remove Terajima from the party.
Thank you for
And then we need a new character that can competently approach story content. We technically have 2 other side things that we can do right now, but one, I don't know what we need in order to complete it, and the other one, we need to be level 70. So, we're gonna go ahead and move on to story content. Which means we need to... We're in the right server. We're in Lambda. We're gonna go to Pulsating Truth's Core. And we're gonna meet Wise Man and Helba in Netslum. Which is very, very big boy britches type of moment. They are both high-level, notorious hackers. Especially Helba. I might need Wise Man in my party for this, actually. But I guess maybe not if we're meeting him there. Who would we want to bring otherwise? Probably Black Rose, but she won't join me. She's like story locked out right now. So is Mistral. Your party members that you can call gradually level up over time, even if you don't play with them, which is really nice. I love the implications there that, like, they are continuing to play the game, so they are also progressing. But there are exceptions for, like, if they are, like, signed out for a long period of time or something's going on. Like Orca, our friend who's in a coma, he was level 50 at the beginning of Volume 1. His stats haven't changed. He isn't playing the game. Or somebody like Mistral, who is frozen at the statistics that she was at the beginning of the last quest that we did with her, because she came and told us, hey, I'm gonna not play the game for a while because my baby is gonna be born soon, and I'm gonna focus on motherhood. And so since then, her level has stopped gradually increasing. Little things like that. Very cool. Well, I guess I would bring Gardenia then. I think Gardenia would be my next choice. Because she's really cool. And she's strong.
It's you.
So let's go drop a save before we do this. We've got items restocked. We've got room in our inventory to pick stuff up. I know equipment is topped off for both of these characters, because we've used them both recently. So we should be completely ready to go here. And this is actually the first thing that I'm writing in my notes for today. This is going to be save slot number 4. And we'll call this pre-Netslum. Netslum is a notorious location, not just in this game, but also in the anime, in Sign. If you've seen the anime, you'll recognize it when we get there. Alright, let's go get some story content. What is this one? Oh, this is the one where I need to be level 70. Level 30, interesting. Well, there's no monsters here, right? It says there are. We'll see what happens.
Oh, you're here. This is the message from Helba.
Little boy, come to tested Quicksilver Valkyrie alone. Okay. Well, immediately we've got to start writing. Upon arriving in Netslum, a strange character gives us a message from Helba. To meet her. And then we're going to write down this location. Sigma server. Tested. Quicksilver. Valkyrie. Come alone. Okay.
Oh, and one other thing. Ever since that day, there's been a troublesome fellow living here. Since you are here, can you get rid of it? The data bug is at the opening in the back.
Oh.
I'm counting on you.
I feel like this is the first time we've been able to, like, move around in this location. Hello. You're, like, super weak. My party members are stuck on the geometry and they can't get over here. Okay, you're not super weak. Maybe that was just a crit? There we go, they figured it out. Now we can hit this thing hard. Okay, attack. Yeah, this thing is actually quite strong. It's kind of walloping me. Its magic is really weak, but its physical attacks are super strong. Oh, it has really high evasion, too. Look how many times we're missing. The amount of damage that we do here, I don't think is super important. We're just trying to get it to a point where it can be data drained. That's why that guy called it a data bug. There it is. Oh, we are still in infection danger. Huh. How do we get rid of that? How do we reduce that? HP drained from all. How much? Okay. Not like a incredibly dangerous amount. Okay, now we can just attack this thing normally. It should be pretty devastating. Taste the sword of justice! Balmung is so serious. Actually, both of these characters are like serious as a heart attack.
Thank you.
Feng Shui? We now have Feng Shui? Well, that's good to know.
All right, let's go back to town.
We fight a data bug in Net Slum. And obtain Virus Core F. And okay, I want to see what type of item Feng Shui is. Is it a key item? It's a book. Oh, okay. Weird. Increases my earth element by 1. So it's a permanent stat up item. Oh, we forgot to look at Book of 1000. Let's do that. Well, that was a little bit underwhelming. Because we basically were like, all right, let's jump into story content. And the story content was, go here for story content. At some point, we're just going to run out of storage space, and we're going to have to just start arbitrarily using these stat-up items to make room, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. And I have to disband my party. But it's a good thing I didn't do that alone. Fighting that harpy alone would have been really annoying. Is there anything that I need to do before I go there? I don't think so. Actually, I wonder if logging out will reset my data drain. That's actually perfect, because I need to disband my party, too. So let me just log out real quick. Completely. Oh, we have mail. From Terajima. I'd like take this time to thank you for your help. I'm not accustomed to this, so I entered my real name, Terajima Ryoko. Okay, I called it. I attend Saiba High School, and I'm currently a junior in Class 8. It was very nice meeting you. Okay, does that mean 8th grade? Or junior in high school? It probably means 8th grade, because pretty much everybody in this game is around that age. All-female college high school. What a name. That's a really weird collection of words. So that was just her thank you message for doing her character quest. Okay. Did this reset my data drain? No, it didn't. Okay, I don't know how to reset that. Oh, I just got an email. Interesting. I'm gonna ignore it for now. I'm gonna save again. And we're gonna go to the thing. Because I have a feeling that email is probably just a reply from Terajima for the email that we just sent, and it's not like a new quest line. We'll just call this pre-Helba keyword. Okay, here we go. It's really nice how your game clock carries over from the previous volumes. Like, if everything item-wise and skill-wise carried over, but it restarted the game clock, I wouldn't really think twice about it, but I like that it keeps my game clock from the first 2 volumes. Okay, we're not going to Stalking Betrayed Nothingness. We're going to the Sigma server. Tested Quicksilver Valkyrie. If I'm asked to come alone, I'm assuming it's not going to be focused on combat, but we'll see. Oh, this is wild. So, we're not on a field, we're just in a dungeon. Or we're in a field that's structured like a dungeon. This is very rare. No damage. Great. So it looks like I am going to be tasked with making it all the way through a dungeon by myself. Which means we're going to use a lot of potions. So it's a good thing that we restocked. I should have killed this guy first. He's a healer. I'm also going to have to use some stuff like this. Especially on healers. Oh god, but I can get me killed. Because there's a certain amount of cooldown where you can't use an item. This guy can heal so fast. He clicked a heal spell and it went off after he died. I was like, wait a second. I killed you. More Gaia hands. Also, if anyone's wondering, the whole game doesn't look all glitchy, weird like this, with like words flying through the air and like missing textures on the ground. It's like and like the flashing on the screen too. It's really obnoxious. So I apologize, but that doesn't happen throughout the whole game. It's like a specific state that we're in right now that's relevant to the plot. That I assume is going to go away at some point. But who knows? Maybe the game just becomes more and more corrupt the deeper and deeper we get in. I have a feeling that's probably not the case, though. I'm assuming at some point we will be able to restore the game to its, like, proper textures and stuff. But we'll see. It'd be kind of a bummer if not, because the game looks really cool when it's all, you know, firing on all cylinders. It looks kind of, like, intentionally goofy and messed up and drab right now. This is going to take a second. Okay, cool. That was pretty good, actually. Oh, and he tried to heal him right as he died. That's perfect. Instead of doing it on himself. Right, now I'm out of SP. He's going to try to heal himself. He got it. Not going to get the second one. We can just barely outpace that guy with regular attacks, but two of them, we wouldn't be able to. Oh, we got some bugs. I should go for the healer guy first. Oh, this is the last battle. Okay, this is a very small dungeon. This place is so Wise Owl Woods coded from Dark Cloud. And it's Wise Owl Forest, I always forget. Such a missed opportunity to not call it Wise Owl Woods for the alliteration. It's an AoE heal too. We gotta get rid of this Napoleon. Get out of here, dude. Stop it. Stop it. Alright, no more healing. Battling alone is very tricky. At least we haven't had any physical tolerance enemies. How did that other guy die? I didn't kill him. He just died. Yeah, sorry if the glitchy visual effects are affecting anyone. I hope not. Oh, okay. How big is this dungeon? Oh, okay. So that was the field. It just was structured like a dungeon. So we are not done yet. The all portals open thing is totally separate on the field versus in the dungeon. So we still might have to do an entire dungeon here. Yep. Hopefully it's not that large. But it looks like the game is being nice as far as like giving me the stupid physical tolerance enemies. That's another thing that this game does where like the main story quests are so much easier than the optional ones. So when you finally go back onto the beaten path, you can like kind of breathe out a little bit, which is nice. It's easy for me to because of the way that I play this game, it's easy for me to forget that most of the stuff that I'm doing is not required. And I shouldn't get mad at the optional
Invisible egg.
content being pesky. I mean, I guess I'm allowed to if I want to, but...
Golden egg.
Look at us sitting by the fire, Smashy. That's nice. Alright, put these back on. Small silver lining of having less debuffs or less buffs to manage and keep on. What is the sub badge? Oh, my sub badges are the Final Fantasy IX Eidolons. And that one is Phoenix, I'm pretty sure. It's a shame that they're so small because the full art that Randall did is incredible. Ah, almost stopped you. There we go. These guys are so annoying. Like if you... This is probably why these guys exist, but like if you were a certain level or didn't have a certain amount of damage output, these guys would just be unkillable. Because of their ability to heal. Oh, these guys are really annoying too. I didn't even realize that you were the one that was here. These guys are super fast and can run away. While they cast magic on you. I also really appreciate that when you target a rigged trap chest, that your item menu automatically goes to the item that you're supposed to use on it. With how pedantic and cumbersome this game is, it could probably get away with not doing that. So it's nice that they took the time to make that happen. Oh, I lost my app core. Ooh, virus core. Cool. Virus core E. I told myself at the beginning that I was going to write these down and that I probably wouldn't need to, and I feel like I've already reached the point where I feel like I can safely say I don't need to write down what virus cores I got where. We have a cheat sheet in our email of where we can farm specific letters of virus cores if we find optional areas that need ones we don't have. But the game will make sure that you have the ones that you need for required locations, so I'm not going to write that down. I'm going to choose to be inconsistent with that. Sometimes I'll write it down, sometimes I won't. Okay, no healer guy. I'll try to rip this before he hits me. Nice. Oh, look at you. Skull Hero. I don't recognize you. Okay. This is a four-way. Alright. It's funny how often north is the required direction. It's very predictable. But I kind of like it. Oh, I was wrong. It didn't default to Fortune Wire. Wasted a recovery drink. Imp's leg mail. Is that any good? I can't wear it. Okay. There's a lot of stuff that Kite's class can't wear. Right, let's get this guy first. Because that's really annoying. Gotta corner him. Hit him with the Thunder Dance. Oh, I was too far away. There we go. Get out of here. Delete. We are just stockpiling scrolls here. Getting very little EXP. Okay, that's our big bulbous boy. And then 3 wizards. Oh boy. This is going to be pretty dangerous. Obviously, if you are all by yourself, you can get a game over really easily. And locking myself into a skill animation is very scary, but it's like the only way that I can get rid of this guy. I'm gonna use a speed charm to increase my movement speed. It doesn't increase my attack speed, but it will help me run these guys down. Go ahead and potion here. But luckily, my skills can lock them in place too. It's a very annoying mechanic when it happens to you, but it's very useful when you can use it on the enemy, so. Curse your evasiveness. These speed charms also last a really long time, so I'll probably have this for the rest of the dungeon. Oh, my data drain is finally less infected. Hooray. Alright, give me 25 SP, thank you. I need this. And I need this. Okay, I'm actually going to backtrack here. We'll give my SP longer to regenerate. And I think I sense what the layout of this place is. And that upward path is probably not going to be the downstairs, but let's at least take care of the symmetrical path first. Oh. Oh, okay. I was like, why can't I open this door? It just took a second before the, Even if the only portal in the room is a chest, you still have to wait for that portal to, like, fully open up before it's going to open up the door to the next room. That's what happened in that previous room. Oh, nice. I got a level. Look at me. Okay, we need a potion. And another one. And you should be dead. Bye-bye. Okay. It seems like there's almost no enemies that don't have, like, a specific approach that they demand. Okay, healer down. Oh, dang it. I accidentally opened the chest without disarming it. Are you all by yourself? You are. Okay. No, you don't. No running away for you. Alright, that completes the loop. And then maybe this is just the significant room? Oh, let's get AppCorv back on. That's definitely doing some heavy lifting here. Because we're finally able to attack everything physically. Oh, okay. Unexpected. I was kind of right. So we gotta go back and explore one more room here. Very strong possibility that that's a treasure room. Yep. Another virus core F. Don't want to leave behind any virus cores. There are some, like, keyword areas in the game. Some required, some optional. That are, like, restricted. And you can hack into them using the virus cores. But only if you have, like, the specific letter virus core or cores that it's asking for. And if it's a story quest, you're almost assuredly gonna have it, because the game's gonna make sure that you don't miss it. And it'll be a letter that's like J through Z. But the optional ones are gonna use A through I in like different combinations and quantities, and you just have to get those throughout your playthrough. You can even farm them from specific areas. So you might find an optional quest and not have the cores that you need to get in, and you gotta go find them somewhere. So we love picking those up. Or getting them as a random drop from a data drain enemy, which can also happen. Oh, okay, so here's that purple smoke fire stuff I was talking about. So that's going to be a boss fight, or a cutscene, or both. Which is always nice to have. I don't know why we don't always get that in a dungeon. I guess it's only story dungeons where they give it to you. But at least this way we know we can explore the other areas of the dungeon without, like, accidentally getting warped out. Oh, my speed charm expired. So we can make sure we can get all the treasure. That's another one of my favorite features, is if you have 99 of an item already, instead of, like, asking you if you want to make room for it, it's just like, we're gonna leave that behind. I think you're good on this item. Man, these status scrolls are such an annoying item to pick up. I think I kept them in my inventory for so long just because I knew I was going to continue to pick them up. So I was like, why not? Ah, here's a nice treasure. This should be something good. A Frost Halberg. Scarlet Plate, Scarlet Plate. Alright, Scarlet Plate is a trade item. Frost Halberg is probably not better than what I'm wearing, but we can take a look. Oh, hold on. It is actually just pretty much an empirical upgrade. Yeah. Okay, check out the spells here.
Oh, I don't know how to do something. I will be tough. I will be brave. It's a spy.
Okay, nice. An actual armor upgrade. So we'll be a little bit better off against magic. Thank you for Spee. That's gotta be one of the longest alerts that we have that's not, like, paywalled. Ooh, another virus core. Virus core D. Found restorative. You have 99 restorative. Gave up restorative. It's like the game's trying to tell you something. Alright. Presumably only one more room here. And we can boss it up. Oh, there's a battle. These boys. There we go, all dungeon portals open. Hadn't even dawned on me that we didn't see that. I guess there could have been one in the boss room. Sometimes that's the case. If it's like a non-cutscene boss. Okay, let's go see what we got sees. Oh, here we go. One of these boys. As long as it doesn't have physical tolerance, I don't care. So I'm going to use regular attacks here so that I can stay on top of healing. It doesn't look like it's doing that much damage, but if I use my skills, it will lock me into an animation for quite a long time, and then I can't open the menu and use a potion to like quickly stop myself from dying. So because I'm alone, I have to play a little bit differently. Because it would really suck to just randomly die to like a multi-hit attack. And have to redo this all again. He's not that strong. But sometimes they get lucky or do something unexpected or get a crit. That new armor's probably helping me out there, though. A couple extra points of magic defense. Okay, yeah, that's a little scary. Do 2. Can I get a protect break? We gotta be getting kind of close here. Come on now. We've done like... There it is. Should I try this? Sure. Probably should use that whenever possible. Virus Core R! So that's probably a story virus core. I died. No! How did you do so much damage so quickly? That blows. I don't know how my health got so low, honestly. I don't know how I got down to 200. I thought I had like 700 or 800. Well, we gotta do all of that again. That's what we were trying to avoid. That's unfortunate. That was a long dungeon, too. Well, we can catch up with Terajima here before we go back out. People tend to say that since so many students are taken to and from school in very expensive and fancy cars. I guess we'll support her rather than changing the subject. Man, sometimes the options, the 2 options that you get for replies are just dismal. Is it raining again? What am I hearing? I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do this dungeon again. Which is really unfortunate. So what I'll try to do... Another email. It's gotta be Terajima again. What I'll try to do tomorrow, before we start, is play all the way up to that boss, and then like pause right before killing it. Because I know there's going to be like a story-related cutscene afterwards. So I don't want to do it off stream. Otherwise I would just do it like... I would like start it now and then finish it after I gotta go. Because how long did that take? That took basically like 45 minutes. So I would have to go like 30 minutes into extra innings tonight to do it. And I shouldn't, so especially since we have all day tomorrow. So unfortunately, that means I'm just going to end early here. But we'll get our revenge tomorrow. So top of the stream tomorrow. Best case scenario, we're right where we just died, and I kill the, strike the final blow on the boss, and we get to watch the cutscene and proceed with story content. Worst case scenario, I don't have time to do that before stream tomorrow, and we start right here, and we have to do the dungeon again. So that's really not that bad of a worst case scenario. Thank you for being here, CKX, and thank you all for being here. Today was fun. We had a lot of goofing off and shenanigans with all of the wheel spins. I had a great time. We met a sub goal. Also, on that subject, the Sunday sub goal bonus stream that you all unlocked today will not be next week as it normally would, because I excitedly told the lady we get to play our game next Sunday, and she reminded me that she will be out of town next weekend for a wedding. So it will actually be 2 weeks from now that we will come back and resume our first playthrough of Locomotive. If we unlock another sub goal between now and then, we'll just do it the week right after that, and we'll do it consecutively, which is always really nice. I will reset the sub goal after stream today if y'all want to start working on another one tomorrow. Thank you again. Yeah, today was fun. We did a lot of silly stuff. It was cool. We did make some progress in the game. We will probably make more progress tomorrow. Anyways, I think that's all I got for now. If you're anywhere near Minneapolis at the end of July, buy tickets to the Bit Brigade show. Come and hang out with me and my bandmates and watch us play, and then watch us watch Bit Brigade play. It's going to be a blast. I'll get a chat command and a graphic set up for that soon. We don't have assets yet. We just got allowed to tell people. Prize wheel overhaul coming soon. I just need 2 more ideas to come to me. You can't rush creativity, you know? Oh, are we just starting? Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. We're gonna raid Maddie. I haven't raided Maddie many times. Maddie and I have, I think, known who each other are for a long time on this platform, but we recently, like, kind of re-established our acquaintance over another mutual Twitch acquaintance. Shout out to my guy Limeback. We go way back to the early COVID days on the platform. Loved hanging out in his streams, and he started streaming again after a really long spell of not streaming. And Maddie, I guess, is like one of his IRL friends. So we've both been spending a lot of time in his chat when he streams on Saturday nights. And Maddie is playing Majora's Mask for the first time. She just finished Ocarina of Time for the first time, so I was hanging out and lurking a lot in there, and now she's on to Majora. So let's go over there and say hi. Maddie's very nice and welcoming and fun, and also very funny. I don't chat a lot over there, but if you're hanging out in her stream, there's a decent chance that I'm lurking. She streams at very high lurk times. Anyways, hope to see you tomorrow for more .hack. Pokemon will continue on Tuesday, and Sunday bonus streams in your near future. Y'all be good. Let's go say hi to Maddie. Later.